Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below this video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H., John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Good morning, Discord.
Yeah, we're waiting for you, Neil.
Stevie Babes, what's happening?
What are you doing?
It's a new thing on the table. Not the new thing, it's an old thing. But they're demanding proof of flat Earth besides the elevation angle.
Besides the
Can you believe
elevation
that?
angle?
Yeah.
What do you mean besides the elevation angle?
Well, from what I understand, they say that that's all you have is just one thing.
So did you need more than one absolute stone cold proof that we're measuring and navigating on a flat surface? What more do you want?
Exactly, the same way with the black swan. All you got to do is show one time that all swans are not right. All swans are not white, correct?
Yeah, that's why it's used the Karl Popper or Modus Toland's example with the black swan. That's why it's called that. But that's not the elevation angle argument. That's the debunking of a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon, i.e. showing you're not on a sphere. But proof of flat Earth, yeah, it's measured flat. All of your models are using a flat Earth model to turn it into a sphere model. They're using the angle measurements and the protractor used in light of the surface that isn't the protractor. So your model came from a flat Earth. What more do you need as a proof? All of their claims started off with a flat Earth. It's the Proto fallacy. We'll have to get John to go through the Proto fallacy again.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, the same way which when you show the black swan, they're trying to do the same thing with this elevation angle. Because they say the black swan, that's an anomaly.
Are you on a different mic today, Neil? You seem quieter or less overloadedly loud than you normally are. And I've turned myself up and compared myself to you. So I'm now probably much louder than you. Am I much louder than Neil in Discord?
Yeah, and more clearer.
But am I much louder?
I don't think so.
Not excessively.
You
Clearer, I
sound
can
really
cope
nice
with.
this morning, Nathan.
Morning, by the way. Hey, 10th.
Good morning.
But yeah, Neil's right. I was having a chat with someone a few days ago and just going on and on and on again, as usual, about the angles and elevation angles. And the guy was just like, oh, will you just shut up about these angles? That's all you keep saying. Angles, angles, angles. I'm bloody sick of it. I said, I bet you are.
That's a good question, actually. That raises a good question, as we discussed a couple of days ago. That begs a good question. No, that raises a good question. So how many of you in the Discord server have actually utilised this argument? I ask because the guy who came in yesterday was sort of, I described him as having fading facts as he was describing the conclusion to the argument, the conclusion being Earth is navigated flat. But has anybody else from the Discord server actually gone out and used this argument?
Yeah, I use it all the time when I'm speaking to people. The angle, yeah, it's the main one for me, really. Well, yeah, it is the main one. But like you say, well, you know what they like. They can't understand what an angle is. They won't accept what an angle is, and they can't understand that you cannot obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline. They can't understand these basic concepts, and you just end up going back and forth and back and forth. But yeah, it's a really good point. Like you say, Nathan, if you're not so sure on other points of the argument, this is one. If you just stick with it, it's a killer.
Anybody else in
Magic
Discord?
magnification is my new favorite.
I didn't catch that. Can you repeat
I
that?
mean, most of us magnification. Bah.
Magic magnification.
Yep. Their
What's
telescope can allegedly see for 100,000 miles a little dot. They can't actually make out what the dot is, but it allegedly looks further than 100,000 miles. However, if we were to put them on a cell phone tower 500 foot up in the air, somewhere off of 35, and tell them to look for Killeen, Texas, or Fort Hood, or anything that's big in the surrounding area for 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 miles, they couldn't clarify and resolve what they're looking at. But it can magically look 100,000 miles plus one direction, but any other direction on Earth, nope, sorry, there's a limit, an actual limit.
Yeah, kind of Black Swan-esque again, eh?
Well, that's the thing. I pointed out with the 5x10 binoculars, it has a resolution limit with the lenses that are there. It's magnifying one specific thing to a certain point. You can't resolve something 300 yards away with those. You need something that's 10 by 50, 10 by 75, 20 by 50. You need something that has more lenses or greater magnification. So the same thing with the telescopes. Most telescopes can only see maybe 100, 200 miles or less and rectify like a billboard, let alone a car. So how are they magically looking at a something that they call a planet, right? A wandering star, and saying, "Oh, I can see it and I tell you exactly what it is," when you couldn't clarify a billboard 60 miles from you?
Because they take it into Muppet vision, like with all of their perspective hijacking. So they'll give you let's say they give you the radius, which they often do, for a particular light in the sky. Well, that means they've got its size, which means that they can do the same as they do with buildings in the Earth curve maths. They just say it's this size, and that size won't be angular in nature. It'll be orthographic in nature, so that they don't have to account for any perspective. And then when they describe how they're getting it and they're measuring it in the sky, they'll give you a flat Earth elevation angle or a radian value, which is just another angular measurement in the sky. So all flat Earth proofs, and they'll do the old bait and switch when it comes to switching out the perspective that they're not utilising.
Just to go back as well, Nathan. Yeah, it basically all comes down to any evidence of R, doesn't it? Because everything they say is begging the question of R anyway. So once you ask them, what's the evidence of R? And then that'll come back down to an angle measurement, because that's how it was measured. And then you're on the angle measurement, and then you're on what's an angle, and it's a flat baseline and the sextant. So how do you get R? Yeah, it was an angle measurement. And what's an angle? What's an elevation angle? And that's it, basically. It all comes back down to R at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
I couldn't get over the guy the other day. Today he was telling me about the invisible horizon. There's an invisible horizon, so I asked him where it was, but he doesn't know. But it's there, he said. It's definitely there, but we can't locate it because it's invisible. But they know it's there. Deary, deary me.
What was that last bit? I didn't catch the last. What did you say?
I'm just saying, deary, deary me. I mean, he kept saying we've got an invisible horizon, so I kept saying, well, where is it? How do you know it's there? Can you measure? Can you measure to it? Is it a physical thing? How do you know it's there? Well, we know it's there. Well, how do you know? I said, is it invisible? Can you see it then? Well, we can't see it. No, it's invisible, but we know it's there. I'm thinking, what's going on? It's just absolutely mental.
The magic trick. Look into my
Well,
eyes.
I mean-
Not around the eyes, look into the eyes.
My favorite example is 3 observers in different locations. They all look south, away from true north. Which one of them's looking at the real one? You figure there's 8 billion people, there's 8 billion horizons at any given time on Earth. Because not everybody's looking in the same direction. It's so easy.
Wrong. Everybody's got 8 inches per mile squared. You just have to look at each position individually. Don't look at 2 people looking at each other with a cavern between them. That's not allowed. Just one person at a time, please, Cuddles. If you happen to have 2 people, you have to have one as the target and one as the observer, but only one observer.
Well, from one observer, it's always apparent. And as they move, the apparent horizon moves, whether it's up in elevation or left, right, side, right? Forward, backwards, it doesn't matter. It changes with their physical vanishing point, their perspective.
Nathan, I put up 2 slides in Master B if you got a minute.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And
Yeah, you got
first
it
one's
up?
up.
Okay, yeah. So you see this title of this book, Space Resources for Teachers, Space Science, a guide outlining understandings, fundamental concepts, and activities, etc. Next is an excerpt from it, talking about the tangent function and Eratosthenes measuring the circumference of the Earth. What do we walk away from this after I read it? Here we go. Our use of trigonometry will be restricted to the right triangle and the tangent function. The tangent of an acute angle of a right triangle is equal to the ratio of the side opposite the angle to the side adjacent to the angle in the accompanying triangle. And it shows an image. Thus, if we know 3 parts of the triangle, we can always find the remaining 3 parts. The value of the tangent for any angle and the angle that corresponds to the value for the tangent can be found in the table of tangent functions. Once it's done talking about a right triangle, it jumps to measuring the circumference of the Earth. Eratosthenes, about 200 BC, knew that the sun was directly overhead on the first day of summer in Siam because he had seen its reflection in the bottom of a well located there. On the same day, he measured the angle of the sun's rays in Alexandria and found that they made an angle of 7.2 degrees with a vertical. He inferred from the principles of geometry that the circumference of the Earth was 50 times the distance, about 500 miles between Siam and Alexandria, thus concluding that the circumference was 25,000 miles. Today's measurement indicates that the diameter of the Earth is 7,926.68 miles, at the equator and 7899.98 miles at the poles. The circumference ranges from 24,860 to 24,900. What is glaring, so obvious to pick up from just this book and what they're trying to say?
Measuring a flat Earth.
Yes, that baseline of 500 miles has to be a flat baseline.
I need more. I mean, this proof that when we're talking about how we get our circumference, we need to measure a flat Earth first. That's not good enough. I need more than that.
Yeah, stop going about these angles, will you?
Stop
Just
going
all
on
you
about the
talk
angle.
about is angles.
Doesn't matter that it was used to prove a sphere in this example or claim a sphere measurement in this example. Stop talking about the flat Earth bit. It's not fair.
I just hung up on it. I can't help
Stop
it.
getting hung up on it.
Jump the gun and get past the angle, for God's sake.
Well, it's like Adam said, give them one miracle, they can make anything happen. And that's what John did with his kitchen.
I had a bit of a revelation yesterday. So I've been saying I've been hunting down a distortion. And along the way, you find your knowledge increases of various different things that cause digital distortion to occur, clipping. And if you sum a line in Voicemeeter or any other software, it seems, based on my experience of two, which is OBS and Voicemeeter, both of them, if you get the mic that's summed to mono to get to minus 6 dB, it distorts. Because what it's doing is it's taking a single left-only line in a left and right signal and then summing the other line to infinity. And you end up with this issue where anything above 6 dB is in distortion. Well, to combat the problem, I've tried all sorts of different things. But what I hadn't realised was that Voicemeeter is actually a bit more sophisticated than I gave it credit for and does actually measure in dB. It just doesn't necessarily tell you that. It just gives you a number. But it is actually in dB. So after figuring that out, I had my limiter set to 3, which is actually plus 3. Now, bearing in mind that my mic distorts if it's summed to mono, which it is at minus 6, I'm pretty certain that was the problem. So I'm hoping that from here on forward, I don't get any horrible, nasty digital artifacts, i.e. the mic reaching minus 6 dB and then distorting. But now I've figured that out, I'm hoping I can up all the other lines that I previously knocked right back down and ended up me sounding like I'm miles away in the distance just to reach a reasonably coherent level with everyone else. So you said I sounded clearer in the Discord server when I asked earlier. I'm very pleased to hear it.
Saying that, Nathan, when you come in off, I am hearing a little bit of a hissing noise when you're speaking, just in the background. Nothing major, but it's something I've not noticed before. Don't know if anybody else is. It's just like a slight zzz when you're speaking, and when you go off, it goes away.
Oh, really? Like a buzzing sound?
Yeah, slight buzzing in the background. Not so annoying, but I can just hear it ever so slightly.
It's probably the projector. So what you can probably hear is the fan of the projector, because I've bumped all my lines up. Anything that's coming through to make me louder is going to amplify anything else in the room. And it's a very, very quiet room. So any noise source is hyper focused because it's a really good mic. So you're probably hearing the fan noise from the projector, unless you're saying it's some sort of horrible, nasty digital distortion. Does it sound like a well-recorded noise in the room, or does it sound like distortion?
I think you're probably right in what you're saying. It's because it's picking up. It's that good. It's picking up the background noise slightly.
Yeah, there's a fan in the background at about 4 kilohertz.
You and your fans, everything sounds great.
I'm fussy. If he's hearing a fan noise, I want to know. I've got a hush box around that projector. I can still hear it. So which means if I can hear it, the mic can hear it.
Well, if you hear me, that's because I'm a fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. I won't
Okay,
take
one
that
more
as a
picture
pun.
before you start the show.
I'm a fan of yours too.
Thank you. One more before you start the show, Master B.
Oh, it's just about to start.
Oh, it's real quick, real quick.
You said, I've already pressed the buttons now.
Okay,
Fine.
start.
No, it's okay. Go on. I've pressed the other
Okay.
button now.
Okay.
Making me press
So
more
much for
buttons.
the fan of
And
yours.
someone's
that
joining.
lasted
It's all going off here.
Do
Go
whatever
on.
you want.
Right. It's
All right. So
Hello.
this is choosing the right greenhouse. Hey, Aaron. Finding the sunniest spot in your yard. If someone reads this article, you're going to find out that everything is tied to that top right picture of a right angle and the baseline and the shadows from the sun. So just from the previous one that I shared with Eratosthenes and this one, you need that baseline, even if you're going to build a greenhouse, to know the shadow of the sun at different times of the day. You need that baseline. That's it.
Welcome. Flat Earth Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now, we are joined by 10th Man, Irwin, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, good afternoon. How do you do?
Hello. Well, it's good to have you all. Reasonable enthusiasm level. No comparing from my panel either, so let's get straight into housekeeping then, I guess. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
No, that's why we were waiting for that first question. That's why we were quiet. But
Boats going
no.
over the horizon.
Boats going
Somebody
over the
actually
horizon?
said that in
Yeah,
the chat.
I'm glad you said that. So there is an assertion by heliocentric believers, that's the majority of the Western world who are indoctrinated with the idea that Earth is a sphere from birth, that boats fall over a physical edge, aka a hill in the distance called Earth curve. And there's a calculator that qualifies exactly how much they think the boats and buildings are blocked by the physical edge after they fall over it. So it's interesting for the reasons hopefully someone else will now go into in terms of what we're asked to prove with boats going over the edge.
Well, their claim, Neil, your mic's open. Oh, it was. Yeah, their claim is going over the horizon, obviously meaning we live on a curved surface. So the horizon is Earth curve to them, but it needs to be geometric, but it seems to be changing all the time. So how could it be changing all the time due to weather when it needs to be geometric and not changing?
And they say there's a distance to that horizon using the Earth curve calculator, but then there's also photographic evidence of that not being the case.
Right. And they haven't adapted the story yet to, boats go over the horizon.
except when they don't go over the horizon, because the horizon is all refracted 7/6r. And then it just goes into the distance in a straight line. They don't tell you the story like that.
But that's
How'd
because
you
that's
get
not the story.
how'd you get the
Hold
horizon?
on. Arwen's on fire today. That's right. That's because that isn't the story. So while Andrew Thomas Young might have a website and have published a paper about how we've got a non-refracted horizon with a line of sight to it and a refracted horizon that we see, aka we've got a line of sight to it, well, that's nonsense and contradictory doublespeak. And it might be parroted ad nausea by our anti-flat Earth opponents. But the story is boats fall over the horizon and the horizon's Earth curve. Here's the maths to prove it. That's the story.
Right,
Well,
but it doesn't always happen, and so it doesn't work. But the Earth has to be a ball, so it has to be a ball some other way,
Arwen,
like with
you said
refraction.
Arwen, you said 7/6r. How'd you get the r in the first place?
Yeah, Arwen.
It's in my name.
Yeah.
I don't
Arwen.
need to have it. I already got one R.
Well, Nathan, break this down. If it's refracted, you could have never gotten the r. Am I right?
Well, you're better off asking that to Arwen, because that's Arwen's. Well, for the namesake only, it's the Irwinian paradox, isn't it?
All
Yeah,
right.
that's the discovery.
Go ahead, Arwen.
Hold on,
Explain the paradox.
just 1 second. Go ahead, Arwen. Just take us through the Irwinian paradox.
Right. Okay, so I discovered the Irwinian paradox, what is it now, 2 years ago? During the Black Swan time, right? When the terrestrial refraction idea from the anti-flat earthers was really getting pushed hard as a new standard. And then as we were talking about it and trying to unravel the curvature calculator machination and all that, then realizing about terrestrial refraction, okay, so it bends supposedly light around the globe exactly with the curve of the globe, right? That's the idea. It bends in accordance to the globe shape. Well, if that is the case, then that means that the horizon that you get to see won't be geometric, right? But if the horizon isn't geometric, then how are you going to measure, not calculate, but measure the radius value of presupposed globe Earth? Because I don't know any other way to do it. You can only calculate it after that point. Once you can't use the geometric horizon anymore to establish the radius, how are you going to do it? You can't. So, because terrestrial refraction also, on top of that, naturally has that radius value within the formula, it undoes itself because it needs to have that radius value measured from the horizon being geometric in order to not have the horizon be geometric anymore, right? So it is a paradox. It's a mathematical paradox, and it undoes itself. Is that good enough?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Arwen.
But according to like what you learn at school and college and university, the radius of the Earth was measured by the Greeks apparently, and they used angle measurements on a flat plane to do that. So I'm a bit confused about that.
What are you confused about? Earth is flat, and if they're going to be measuring it, they're going to be measuring it off a flat plane. What's confusing?
Well, they say they measure in the radius, which is a
I
curve,
think what he's
but they do it using an angle measurement, and you can't acquire an elevation angle from a curve. So somebody's lying.
No, you kind of went a bit wonky at the end. In order to claim that there's a radius value, you've got to measure Earth as a flat plane to extrapolate the mathematics and the derivation of those flat plane measurements to assert that you're on a sphere. Now, that's obviously nonsense. You can't be, because you've just measured it flat to give you the measurements. But that's how you assert you're on a sphere, paradoxically speaking. We all clear? That's how you assert you're on a sphere. You take a measurement from a flat plane first. Sorry, I'm talking straight through you. My bad. Go ahead, one deck.
No, that's great. Yeah, I'm just saying. But at school and colleges and university, the idea that that can be done from a curved surface. People believe this, and this is what they carry through their lives, that this is how the Earth radius was measured using an angle measurement, which cannot be possibly done. So it's obvious, yeah, we live on a flat Earth.
Well, this is where refracted curvature did his same trick when he turned his kitchen into a sphere. Once they get the angle measurement, you can do anything you want to do with it. And he made his kitchen to a sphere. They made it into a ball. They just don't want to go to the initial step of how they got the angle, because after that, they can make anything happen. And that's what they've done with the globe model.
Have we had a hello
That
from
is
John
that.
yet? Hey, John. How you doing? Did we get a hello from you already?
Hello.
No. Hey, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Not too bad. I was getting ready to agree with 10th. Before I turned my kitchen into a sphere, I had to measure it flat. So, yeah, that's pretty important.
Right, but if you're going to assert that it is a sphere, then you're guilty of the proto fallacy. Is that correct? Oh,
Yeah,
something's come up.
if you
Hold on
measure
one
it
second.
flat.
Just 1 second. Can you explain the proto fallacy? And then 10th, we've only had one housekeeping question so far. Something's just caught my attention that I'm going to step away from for 25 seconds.
Okay, yeah,
Proto-fallacy.
the
Go
proto
ahead.
fallacy is when you introduce the fallacy or the incorrect part of your premise early on in your formulation, and it just kind of messes everything else up from there. So they measure Earth flat, they model it flat, and then they assume it's a globe. And that's the point at which they commit the proto fallacy, because they have no reason to believe that at that point.
So when you did your kitchen, after you measured it flat, how did you go into the proto fallacy when you were trying to mirror what they did with the Earth to make it into a globe with an R value?
Oh, I did the same thing they did. I took the arc angle of the tool that I was using to measure the angles and assumed that was the floor I was standing on.
So in my mind, in the audience's mind, the arc angle of the tool, would that resemble like a protractor, the arc of the protractor with the baseline of 180, the straight angle on the bottom?
Yeah, that's
So
the one.
instead of the vertex being at the origin from a flat baseline, it's now on the arc at some point.
Oh yeah, it's projecting your floor up onto your ceiling after you assume your ceiling's curving.
Okay, now let's say you did that, copied what they did. Now, from that point, can you prove everything from a false radius by using mathematical rather than actual measurements?
Can I prove it mathematically?
Yeah, because or calculate or math, you can measure it because obviously you need
It just means measure.
No, you can't measure my kitchen spherical. You got to measure it flat. Is that what you're asking?
No, what I'm saying is once you've done the magic trick there, with all the other things they tell us about once you get there and make it into a sphere, can you mathematically or make it fit their model mathematically? You know how they have all these mathematical things because it's just mathematics.
I see what you're trying to drive him to, and I want to just, it's frustrating. He's saying, can you then assert it as a physical measurement in reality, as opposed to make it work in their model? Well, their model's reified into physical existence like we are stood on a sphere. So the way I see that is, to bring it back to the proto fallacy, more importantly than anything, once you've taken your flat Earth angle measurements and done the mathematics to turn it into a radial value, can you then assert that that is in reality, a physical measurement? That mathematics of the measurement that you've taken from a flat plane and turned into a sphere. I'm hoping that you'll then lead back into the proto fallacy so we can wrap this up.
Oh, well, yeah. You can calculate it into a sphere, but like I said, you'll have to introduce that logical fallacy in after you measure it and model it flat. Then you can introduce the proto fallacy. and turn it into a sphere. But it's still not proof. I wouldn't call it proof.
It definitely isn't. It's using the flat Earth that you're fighting against when you claim it's a sphere to measure it as a sphere. You're not. You're measuring a flat Earth and calculating a radial value from those measurements of a flat plane.
Well, I was going somewhere with this, if I may. I may not have the right words, but Nathan, you pick up on it quick, so change my words if necessary. Since the almanacs and all celestial navigation have their origin of their angle from the equatorial plane, cutting the Earth in half, a hemisphere. If you look at that equatorial plane, that's a flat disk. That would be John's kitchen floor.
Right.
Yeah, all
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
that's the only way you can measure an angle. You need a flat baseline.
Right. So since their method is to get the measurement from the center, which is the Earth cut in half, and having a disk, a equatorial plane that even extends all the way to the celestial equator, to the celestial sphere model, the flat Earth model, as you've said before, then they're getting their angle from a flat baseline as well, and then projecting that they're really on the arc, like you said you did with your kitchen.
Yeah, and then the floor becomes the equatorial plane of my kitchen. Is all that would happen if I modeled it out.
Okay.
That would be
Now, yeah. So let's go. So if I back away from viewing you from a close up and I see more of it, then I could see the other hemisphere under your kitchen floor as they show the other half of the hemisphere on the globe model, which is the negative side versus the opposite side, meaning positive side, meaning from the equator to the North Pole is positive, from the equator to the South Pole in their model is negative. But we never see that because we never can see past that horizon.
Yeah, that would be the biggest difference. Is I wouldn't back on somebody. I wouldn't be able to. In reality, you can't see all the sky at once. You know. So I'd have to go into another room and assert that's antipodal from my kitchen.
How could you do that if you can't see it? Don't you have to
You just assume it? You just assume it. You don't have to see it. You just assume it. You've already entered into the Proto fallacy.
All right. Well, that's good enough for me. We carry on another time.
Did you ask the question? I know it's only gone a few seconds, but well, I'll just assume you didn't. Any evidence of axial rotation? I don't know. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
No, I think John just proved that you need a flat baseline to do it, because a vertical elevation angle, altitude, as they say, is impossible with a curved baseline.
Ask BCFC Island. I can only assume it's you that's causing the line to open. Can you just pop yourself on mute if you're not intending to say something? As I just asked it by accident almost, any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Why would that even come into play now after what we've talked about? You're going to need R, and you don't have R because you never had R. I mean, it really renders all their arguments moot at this point.
Would it be interesting to talk about the reification math that goes into reifying a flat Earth? Like, why is the axial rotation or tilt necessary in order to reify what's perceived?
Did you mean globe Earth in your question? You said flat Earth.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I mean, what I mean to say is, like, you know, all these heliocentric realities are essentially a reification of what's being observed, right? So the tilt is necessary because mathematically it effectively reifies what's perceived as a heliocentric Earth, right? So is it ever worth it just to talk about what's being perceived in the stars and why the tilt is necessary?
Sure.
You know,
It's a mathematical
mathematically.
band-aid, like most things. So wherever there's a square a circle needs squaring, you'll have some band-aid
Yeah.
mathematically on it. The tilt of the Earth
Well, I think
is one of them.
that's why science, quote unquote, science is ever changing, right? Because it's like the more we discover about the world around us, the more explanation, band-aid is required, right? So it's, one day it might be interesting to understand why the maths are the way they are, right? Because this is what we see, and yet this is how it's described mathematically. Just a thought.
Well, yeah, they're calling their maths science and their model science, and because their model isn't our reality, but they have to meld it and mold it to try and make it fit our reality, they say science is ever changing. Science only disproves things. Well, no, your model's just proven wrong quite frequently. That's what's actually occurring there now, isn't it? It's not that it's changing. Science is pretty empirical. Not just pretty empirical.
I think they use the tilt, don't they, to explain their reasons for the seasons. But obviously, we all know the seasons is due to the sun's movement and position. And that's their explanation for the sun's movement and position, which they can't prove the tilt of the Earth. But what we do know is the sun is the cause of time. Anything else, but we don't know really anything about the sun, if that's moving in different directions and moving inwards and outwards. So they've just put a tilt on the Earth to explain it, and we have to believe it.
Well, we do know the sun's analemma. I mean, they've got pictures every month for a year, and you could see it doing kind of like a figure eight. And we know in the winter, at least in California, it's lower on the horizon, and in the summertime, it's higher. So you got Capricorn and Cancer, the tropics. And in between is what they call the equator, the center line. So we do know the sun has a circuit and it repeats itself, always has. That's why we know where its GP is at any given time, 1,000 years in the past and 1,000 years in the future.
Good time to ask the question then.
Yeah.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
In celestial navigation, it's not even relevant. They don't go there. Now, there might be a way of knowing it, but we have to have many factors, and I'm not privy of anyone in celestial navigation claiming distance. They're more of an angular measurement. So,
any evidence of the distance to the sun?
well, again, this could be one of those things where we see corpuscular divergent rays, and it looks like more of a local light rather than this so-called 93 million mile light. And maybe they do know it, they just don't want to tell us. I don't know.
Does anybody in either Discord or the G Plus panel think that there is actually an acquirable distance to the sun, i.e. that it could be measured, is a thing that's measurable?
I think it may be possible. I don't know how to do it.
I think with trigonometry you could get very close, but it is apparent and it continues on its circuit. So that would require probably 5 or more ground positions at the exact same time to even try and trig that out.
Sure, but Brian's gone through this several times. If you leave one of those positions and just say the sun has moved across. Now, you've also weaseled in the word apparent, but we'll come to that later. But in a physically assumed bias, it moves away from your position and you do the same trig. Wouldn't that lower its position from your vantage point when you do the triangle? It's lower because it's closer to the horizon. It's elevation angle has dropped towards the horizon, therefore it's lower in the sky. Well, no. This is how Brian does the notion that you can, as a flat earther, acquire a height to the sun. You can't. If you triangulate all three different positions, they're all going to give you different heights. If you're at different... I mean, you might have a coincidence where they're all the same, but you know what I'm getting at. Anybody else think you can calculate?
Right. Well,
Oh, there's more. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, trying to get that exact angle at the same elevations would be the trick. That'd be your control. But I mean, yeah, apparent. So still the issue of physicality.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Without a physicality assumption bias, and a physical assumption bias that's derived a radius to calculate the distance with, what is it, Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion, and a superimposed R value that's been taken by measurements off a flat Earth, onto Earth, then onto Venus, then you can ascribe a distance of 93 million miles, right? Well, that's still using the physical assumption bias that I'm kind of asking, does anybody else have that still? That, you know, there's a actual location to that thing we call the sun to be measured at all.
Hold on. No, I don't go with the idea that it's not physical either, because I don't know all the factors involved. It could be physical. Is that what you're asking? Like,
I'm saying, does anybody think it is, as opposed to I'm open to the possibility. I'm not going to allow anybody to say it isn't physical either by those standards. But I'm saying, does anybody still think it is? Or based on the fact that it would have to be to have a physical measurement to it, right?
Well, in my earthly experience, and what I have to use is how everything else is revealed to me. When it's giving off heat as it moves across the sky, and it's a light, and clouds can cover it, the clouds aren't there, you see it. To me, it's an object. I don't know any more than that, but with the rest of reality telling me, if I get close to my oven, I start feeling the heat of the oven, and my oven's physical. So can something non-physical give off heat and cast shadows and do what the sun does in our reality? So from my reality point of view, I do think it's an object and it's physical. I just don't know what it's made out of, what it is, nor the distance.
Yeah, okay, I'll try again. Does anybody think that it is, though? Anybody think they can acquire a distance to it, which would imply that it is physical?
I just said I do.
But you also peppered it in with disclaimers that you don't know either way and couldn't know either way, so I don't know where to go with that.
No. What I meant to say is, because I'm not a student of math and trig, I'm not understanding to where I could say, well, because of this and the trig function, it is this. I'm not schooled in that. So if I knew that, I might be able to take a harder stance. I'm just saying, to me, it's a real thing, and it gives off the same things that real things do in my reality. So in my reality, it's a real thing.
Okay, well, even with the best understanding of maths, do you not appreciate from what we discuss here, or what I literally discussed 3 minutes ago, maybe a bit longer, that you can't acquire a physical distance or height for it?
Again, supposedly with the trig function, knowing two sides, you can know the other. But to me, when they say 93 million miles, and we say you can't, but then we use trig functions to get the height of, say, a lighthouse, where we know it's physical and we know the height of it in advance. This is where my brain, I don't know enough to argue the point, I guess is what I'm saying.
Sure, but if you were to measure something with the elevation angle measurement to the light on a lighthouse, I absolutely guarantee you that if you did all the maths for the trig at the varying different heights above the horizon, the height that you would come out with would always match up with the height above the water for that light. But if you tried to do the same thing with the lights in the sky, you wouldn't have the same success in ascertaining the height above the water for each of those stars. Number one, they'd all be the same from zenith across your field of view. None of them are going to have any difference in terms of their height, right? So you're just looking at the height, and then, as I say, various different people put in 3 different locations would give you 3 different heights based on the trig and the angle. That's never going to functionally give you the distance or height.
You would need to know the length of 2 sides. How would you? Only one you know is the baseline, is the distance from the baseline. How would you know the length of any other side?
Right. So the distance. So you'd have to know the distance initially, right? You'd have to know the length of the hypotenuse. Well, that's the distance to it, and you don't. You've only got one side. Correct. The other alternative is to know the actual size in diameter. That's the other alternative that you could actually do this maths with. But do we have
Well,
that?
no, that's not true.
Sorry, we could. No, you could do it with if you had the actual angular size as an actual size. But again,
But you could have 2 angles in one side of a triangle and get the answer. Are you talking about for answering a triangle, right?
yes. Well, to know the distance specifically.
But the hypotenuse is not the distance, it's the angle.
Hold on. We're going around in circles, and I like it. So back to, you can do that maths, and you could calculate it, but it doesn't work out when 20 minutes later with something like the moon, its distance from the horizon has lowered, hasn't it? Its elevation angle's decreased. When you do that maths, suddenly you get a different height.
Right, and we don't know if there's any actual refraction, not the celestial fraction that changes a flat, that completes a
Other
sphere.
factors, agreed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I can't say that just because I can't find it geometrically that it's not physical. I don't know I don't know what medium it's in. You know?
Sure, and I've agreed with you. I'm not disagreeing when you say I can't discount it being physical. There could be something between us and it, again, that we are unaware of, that is causing that distortion in the physical item that is the sun. But if we don't know what we don't know, so therefore I can't rule it out as being physical. But I'm not really fishing for those sorts of disclaimers, because I can live with those, and I can live with my own all day long. Fine, no worries. I'm at one with that. But I want to know if anybody's out there, like Tenth had made a bash at, to say, no, I reckon there is a means of actually ascertaining if it is or it isn't. And, the distance is a good sort of starting point to start focusing on where you'd begin. Finding out where it is and therefore having a distance to it is a bloody good start. And I don't think we can even get that far. Well, no, we can't.
I've heard rather self-assured anti-flat earthers assert that they can determine the distance to the ISS with something called a parallax angle.
Oh yeah, parallax angle. Sounds like this is going to be proving a flat Earth in a heartbeat. Carry on.
No, that was the argument the other day. It didn't go into much detail, but it's essentially, simultaneous observations of elevation angles to the object in question. So I don't know. You figure it out. But they did assert that.
Simultaneous elevation angle measurements. Those would be 2 straight lines. One of them, the baseline, being a flat Earth.
Well, of course. I mean, the distance between them, of course, is flat, but it's Earth is still curved.
No, that's proto fallacy again. Hey, it's great. This is actually leading in nicely. The proto fallacy was an interesting discovery. Not discovery, but use by one of our opponents, whose name coincidentally was Proto Thad. Again, just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Well,
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
good morning.
Hey, Chocolate.
Yeah, but just the phraseology. elevation angles. You're killing your globe model the minute you say that.
Well, they called it parallax angle.
What's an
Well,
angle for
Depends
an
on how you
elevation?
look at it. You're killing the globe model, but you're also creating the globe model. Huh?
Well, the best part
Yeah,
about
what
it is
Nah, I guess not.
the best part about it is one of those category errors because they're not using the word parallax like you think they're using the word parallax, right?
Yeah.
they might be. It's just they're
I don't know.
introducing it's
Unless,
like they're introducing a
unless I'm
spherical
mistaken.
model.
Go on, John.
I was going to say that they might be taking, flat Earth angle measurements, applying it in a flat Earth celestial sphere model, introducing the Proto fallacy, and then noticing a discrepancy between their angles measured after the sphere assumptions made, and calling that parallax. Is that what you're saying?
To be honest, I'm not fully abreast of what they're doing specifically, but I know they're taking two observers to the said object and utilizing those angles to determine distance.
Yeah, the discrepancy between each point that the angle's taken from, and then they're saying that angle's different because, or that angle's slight difference where it physically places it in the sky on the model is parallax, is what they would be asserting.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. They didn't explain it specifically, but sure, possibly. But to me, parallax would be like a means of determining speed with uh, two different images, right? And the relativity between different objects determining their placement coordinates, right? That's kind of parallax.
You're breaking up a bit too badly for us to decipher what you're saying, unless John followed along vaguely. Can you respond to that, John?
Yeah, it's not the exact same kind of parallax we experience on the ground because, it's just a correlation between that and what they're assuming is happening in the sky, I think is what he's trying to say.
Right. Quick shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, any evidence for measuring an elevation angle on a curved surface? Indeed, this has been like the longest covering of a housekeeping question ever. And it's good though, because there's lots of aspects to it and it's still relatively new. Thank you for the super chat, Unitox Femu. Really appreciate the support. Was there anything else on this? We're actually on distance to the sun, but yeah. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Negatives. I've been asking for a small scale demonstration, but they tell me, look at a fan or the wing of a plane.
Look at a fan.
Both of those examples are examples that take place within existing gas pressure. So first you have to have gas pressure, then you can move the pressure with a fan and direct the air that is existing gas pressure. Likewise with a wing. So the wing is causing a pressure differential to get lift. Well, that's a pressure differential in existing gas pressure. So where'd you get the gas pressure from in the first place to have a differential or a redirection?
They don't answer it. They don't answer it when I ask them that. I said, I'm not talking about existing gas pressure. I want to know where this existing gas pressure is in the first place. How do you get it? The answer is containment.
Well, isn't this their gradient which they got to have a container to even have a gradient?
Yeah. First you have gas pressure, then you can have a gas pressure gradient. But they say, look, we've got a gas pressure gradient, therefore gas pressure without a container. You're like, no. If you show dispersion, you can see that the gas has to be introduced through, say, a valve. So you've got an empty space for easy conceptualization. And the empty space is completely sealed. You've got a tap that's going to be opened, and the tap will introduce gas into the chamber. Well, if you measure it at the instance that the gas starts to flow in, there's a high concentration of gas in one small area of that sealed containment. However, entropy, that's a law of nature, dictates that the gas will disperse into all available opportunities for it to be over time. That's what it is. It's the dispersion of the gas over time. That's entropy, right? Change with time. So the gas will fill the space. But in order to show that at some instance you've got a high concentration at one point, let's say the tap's right at the bottom of the chamber, releasing the gas into it, you say, look, at this instance there's a high pressure gas in an empty area. And you're like, yeah, but within a few microseconds, the gas has dispersed through all of the availability of volume that it has to disperse into. And likewise, if Earth, with its high pressure gas, was next to a sky vacuum, claimed to be our sky, called outer space, then within an instant, the gas would fill the space. It would disperse into the area that's available for it. So, what's the conclusion? Well, the conclusion is we must have containment, it's a necessary antecedent, to have gas pressure.
Well, this is where Danny Faulkner said that the wings of an airplane and the Bernoulli effect, that the vacuum is above the wing. Now, that's a gradient of air. High and low pressure is being caused by the wing to give it lift. But he erroneously, and I can't even believe he even said it, that he says because it's less air or less pressure caused by the wing cutting through it to create lift, that's a vacuum. How do you go from a less or gradient to a vacuum?
Wow, and supposedly he has letters behind his name, huh? Or something like that.
It's so ridiculous.
I mean, that's an argument that Zanuck has made here.
Well,
yeah.
that's how they define a vacuum. It's kind of it's their get out. They're talking about a pressure differential, but they'll call it a vacuum. They're not. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Right.
That's exactly what it was, a pressure differential.
Right, they'll just work outside the convention that they're defining something with and call that a vacuum. Therefore, you've got the definition of vacuum within a pressure gradient, and therefore, you don't need containment. Look, here, within the existing gas pressure, is something labelled vacuum. There you go, job's a good one. You're like, ugh. Okay, no, it's still a delta of gas pressure. You still need gas pressure to exist in the first place, and you can't have gas pressure without containment. It's what it presses on to be pressure. Anyway, a quick shout out to Sensual Goat. Thank you very much for the super chat. He's got music around this. Do I have to sing this? Do you ever question... No, I'm not going to do it. Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see your dreams? Holy vacuum in the sky. Very nice. Thank you for the super chat, Sensual Goat. Also shout out to Unchuck's Failure again. It says gas pressure gradient with 66,000 miles per hour speed. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. Also, what's going on? Shout out to Davey Z. Appreciate what you do, Nathan, and the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate your support also. Thank you very much, all of you, for the super chats. Very much appreciated.
Can I ask a question? Is there a vacuum gradient?
That's what I'm saying. That's how they recategorize it. Essentially, that's what they're calling it, a vacuum gradient. You're like, okay. So that's
Well, no, I'm more efficient.
Redescribing gas pressure gradients and saying that they're vacuums. Vacuum gradient is the end result.
No, I know. I'm just flipping it, because if you're going to say that, make up stuff on the dime, then I'll say, what's the vacuum gradient of 10 to the minus 17 torr? What's the vacuum gradient of that? How does that become less of a vacuum, and where? You follow what I'm saying?
You've qualified it in the question, though, haven't you? when you gave 10 to the minus whatever torr. Well, that's the qualification for the vacuum gradient. I know you're describing it in terminology that's not common, but it's still accurate. Not accurate as in it exists, but accurate as in grammatically accurate to describe what they are saying. It's like me saying sky vacuum. When you realise these sort of slightly offbeat way of calling something what it is, and it being factually accurate, and it just jarring you slightly. Well, that's what you're doing, but without the actual answer of the question being in there with a number attachment, i.e., 10 to the minus whatever torr.
Let me express what I'm trying to do. See, I think of absolutes. So when you say gas pressure, I'm thinking containment pressure. You can't have pressure without containment. That's an absolute. This is all the gas laws, that we mentioned on the show. 4 or 5 different gas laws tell you that. So let me give an example, as silly as it may be. In The Princess Bride, when they asked, what was his condition, Billy Crystal's role said, he's mostly dead.
He's only mostly dead.
So now, either you're dead, but is there such a thing as mostly dead? Do you leave off the absolute meaning of dead to make up a gradient of dead?
Oh, come on, gas can pressurize itself. It's its own container.
No.
No? What do you mean, no?
Gas pressure. How do we get it, Arwin?
It presses
Against what?
other gas?
It bounces off and goes into any direction it wants to until it hits what?
Use a bolt roll.
It goes
Atmospheric
back
pressure
down,
is
go
different.
boom boom. Neil, don't interrupt. It goes back down, go boom boom.
Let's just deal with Neil. No, sphere-shaped air isn't something that exists. That's an oxymoron in and of itself. Carry on, Arwin and 10th. Oh, well, actually, no. Shout out to Michael Kahn. Says, might as well add the super chats are following. God bless all. Thank you very much indeed. And also Mike808, who just gives me money. Thank you very much indeed. And finally, Godzilla37, who gives me money and says, heard that today is a super chat day. I don't have a YouTube channel, though. Do you want my PayPal? You've given me a super chat. But I appreciate the irony in what you're asking. Thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it. Smash the PayPal link if you want to support this channel. Thank you all of you for super chatting. Do appreciate it. Go on, Arwin and 10th. Sorry to interrupt.
I was saying, I will take some of that.
Well, before you chat along there, you were saying gas go down, go boom boom?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Is this you playing baller or is this you actually
I
saying?
don't know anymore. I'm trying something new. I don't think that gas pressure needs containment of any sort, not even gravity presupposed. It's just there. It only requires to be gas, and then it'll press in all directions until, it doesn't feel like it anymore.
It's funny, Arwen, because someone who I was talking to suggested, and it's funny because I'll use this word now, that air lays on top of itself due to hydrostatic pressure, which is funny.
Let's cover that.
Like surface
it's
tension.
all right. Just
That's
break
a
that down
good one.
quickly. What does hydro mean?
I don't believe
it's okay.
You know.
It's okay. What does hydro mean?
Exactly.
Water vapor.
Okay. So water.
Which is a gas.
No, it's okay. So we're talking about fluid dynamics. So hydro means water. What does static mean?
Not moving.
Stays.
So this
Stays
is
in
the
place.
this is the behavior of gas when it's water not moving behavior.
No. Water vapor is also a gas. And hey, clouds just hang there, don't they? So they are static. They're not moving anymore.
Okay.
So
Arwen is an anti-flat earther whisperer, I think.
Something like that.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just
I don't
doing
know what
something.
you're doing either. But that's all good.
He's divining the thoughts of anti-flat earthers. He might be like an anti-flat earther medium.
I'm going to do another couple of shout outs. I'm sorry to talk over you. I just thought the video regarding that Dolt, George, and that Brian Mullin situation. After seeing how you gentlemen handled that, I have little choice but to sub now. Looking forward to future live shows. I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. Solo2469. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Kevlar, who says, although there is 14.7 psi of gas pressure around us, I felt none sending this you. Jeff is back, baby. Thank you very much for the super chat, Kevlar. Really appreciate it.
Super chats
Right,
alive
pressure is
today.
all relative,
Yeah.
right?
Making the big bucks.
So when you say pressure is all relative, can you cite the source, please?
Yes, if you're in a high pressure,
No, cite the source.
it feels. I am the
No.
source.
No,
I am the citation. I am the source. If you're in a pressure tank and you stay in there and it doesn't increase in pressure, you'll feel kind of normal until you get out of it, and then suddenly, I feel so depressurized. Oh, this is not pressured enough because it's all relative.
Did you say pressure tank you were in? So you do need a container to have pressure?
Don't
No,
get hung up
but
on
you do
details.
need a pressure tank to get into a higher pressure environment.
What's a tank, Arwen?
Something in which gas is potentially pressured and gathered?
So a container.
Not necessarily.
Oh, what you got? 40-foot pipe with an open end?
That might work. I don't know. I've never tried
How long?
it.
How long will that work?
Well, long enough for you to be pressurized and use it, right? You never need a gas pressure chamber to sit in forever. So
Have you done it?
I think
Well,
I
that
went into
pipe's a
a pressure
container.
chamber once. He's not asking you, John.
That's what I'm saying. Pipe is a container.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is whether pressure is relative, and I say it is because you get used to it, and then it
Relative
doesn't
to
feel
what?
that
Relative to what? How'd you get in the first place to get used to it? You said a tank, so containment. You can't get used to it if it wasn't contained without pressure. You need pressure to get used to it, and then you need a tank to get pressure.
Well, to get higher pressure
Higher pressure?
or lower,
Oh, okay.
a different pressure, right? So pressure differential requires containment, but that doesn't mean that all pressure requires containment.
Too funny.
But hey, Arwen is right though. You do acclimate to pressure differentials, so you can get. I mean, within a certain, a reasonable amount that won't kill you, but you can acclimate to pressure differentials.
Right,
Yeah,
and if you build it up slow, you can take normally intolerable amounts of pressure, but only if you build it up slow and build it down slow too. That's a very important part.
Yeah, all campers do this when they go to high elevation. They spend one day acclimating to where they are before they start hiking up the mountain. Yes, we're well aware of it. Where did the pressure come from?
Does that require a container?
Do you have to talk over me when you know you're about to lose?
It does.
Where did the pressure come from in the first place?
Well, not from a pressure tank. In that instance, does it?
There you go.
Thanks for the example.
The pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. That's what the pressure is.
Right, but I don't think you actually do need a container. I think that gas just presses on itself.
Okay, whatever. Got loads of newbies in Discord, by the way.
Great, demonstrate it if you can.
We'll wait.
How did the gas know to be pressurized?
Not subtle.
How did it know to be food?
There's several newbies in Discord. Typically when you guys are like, hey, are there any people in... Yeah, well, normally there's just the normal regulars, whereas now there's about 3 or 4 people that are new. If you want to harass them. I mean, invite them
Hi,
to
newbies.
discuss.
Save us from Arwen.
What's up?
They're not as vicious as they sound, guys. Go ahead and speak up. You have a right to defend your beliefs.
You talking to me or?
If you reply yes, Dance Vader, is it? Have I said that right?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader. Very nice. Yes, good to have you.
Alrighty. So, where should we start? So, why? I guess we're discussing whether the shape of the Earth is round or not, right? Because a lot of your questions, I find, they're just trying to nitpick the model, like what is gravity, right? That be correct?
Model.
When you say round, do you mean sphere or circular disc? What do you mean by round?
Well, typically what
Yeah,
we
I
do.
mean sphere-like.
Okay.
Okay.
What we typically do is we're going to listen to what you claim, and then see if it's true or not. So, are you under the apprehension that Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, I believe it's a sphere. Technically, it's a little bit squished, but not enough that you can really observe
Fine.
with the human eye.
So, what evidence do you have for that?
What evidence? For evidence, I would cite the example of the way the sun and planets move.
Say again, the way the sun and planets move.
Yeah.
Well, tell us all about
So,
it.
for example, if you look at the way the sun sets, you can see it stays the relative same size as it moves around in orbit. That tells us that
Hold on,
on a
stop a
very
second.
surface
Stop a
level,
second. Stop. Just one sec. Okay, the sun's relative size. I got that bit. But then you used a word called orbit. That's an assumption of the sun falling around a sphere Earth. So that's a begging the question fallacy. Do you understand
And
what?
it's wrong within their
Alwyn, shut
model.
up. Do you understand that that's a begging the question fallacy? I know I've only just said it to you. If you don't, that's fine.
No, I'm just describing from relative Earth's perspective.
Right.
The sun appears
Sorry,
to move from
I'll
our
just try
perspective.
once more, my friend.
It could be because the Earth
Dude,
is spinning that
dance,
causes that effect.
das. Yeah, been doing this quite a long time. I'll try once more. The word you used was orbit. Now, orbit begs the question of a sphere Earth with things falling around it and a sun with things falling around it. That's a begging the question fallacy. So it's assuming the thing you're trying to prove, i.e. a sphere Earth. Now, you also said... I haven't finished talking.
How am I begging the question here?
Das. Do you notice I hadn't paused for breath? I hadn't finished speaking. What I'm doing is I'm correcting your error in logic. You're wrong in your use of logic, and I'm correcting it.
I have not made any
You're just
errors
talking
in
straight
logic.
through me, though. The problem is you don't want to hear that your logic is flawed. What I'm going to do, Das, or Darth, or whatever you're called, is correct your flaw in logic. In this case, a begging the question fallacy. That's not good logic, it's a fallacy. You've used it, I'm explaining it to you. I'm not asking for you to respond or disagree. I'm telling you how you are wrong. Just shut up and listen. That's all you got to do. What you've done is you've used an assumption of the thing you're trying to prove, aka a begging the question fallacy. The way you did it was by... You seem to be off your mic. Just mute and listen to how wrong you are with your fallacy of begging the question, assuming your outcome. Just mute. Mute. Hello? Have you never used Discord before?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, mute.
Yeah.
Mute, you dumb fuck.
Here. I'm not talking.
You're causing feedback because your mic's open. Do I have to dumb this down? Obviously, we're already into dealing with retards that don't understand when I say mute 4 times. That just means press the mute button. While I tell you how stupid and fallacious your statement was when you begged the question.
Don't have to be rude.
So you can't mute.
Sir.
You can't mute.
Sir, you don't have to be rude to me.
You don't have to rumpus Nathan.
Shut up. Now I've had to mute him for the audience's benefit when people claim I've got to mute people. That's 4 times I asked him to mute because he was causing feedback. Then he said, oh, right, okay. And then the moment I started explaining his fallacious reasoning, he started talking through me. Unreasonable. So I'm going to try that again. You just have to self-mute while I correct your begging the question of orbit. That's fallacious reasoning, where you assume the thing you're trying to prove, a sphere Earth with things falling around it, is being assumed in the statement you make when you attempt to describe that as a reason for a lack of angular size change in the sun. No, orbit begs the question. Now, why is it that took about 4 minutes? With constant interruption. You just begged the question, mate. Just don't do that here. It's one of the cardinal sins of this show, to beg the question, to assume the very thing you're trying to prove. Now, you don't know that, but now you do. Doesn't mean you've got to talk. It doesn't mean you've got to interrupt me, you stupid belligerent little prick. I've told you 6 times to shut up. I will let you know. I will give you permission when you can come off mute. That'll be when I'm done correcting your dumbass about the begging the question fallacy of orbit. It doesn't mean you need to say I understand. It doesn't mean you need to tell me what you know or don't know, or plead with me about how it's not a fallacy that you've assumed your outcome in when you use this word orbit, to try and justify angular size change lack thereof in the sun. Now, if you want to continue telling me how something to do with a lack of angular size change in the sun has a proof attached that doesn't beg the question of a sphere Earth with objects falling around it and the sun in your assumption with the word orbit, you may continue. But just don't beg the question of orbit again. Okay? We done now. You can come off mute. I'm finished.
Okay, so in a flat Earth model, the sun orbits in a circular
Sorry,
pattern.
when did I claim anything about a flat Earth model to you? Have I made that claim? I've
Well,
said
look,
you
you're
can make
saying
your
I'm begging
claim.
the
Stop.
question, but I
Stop.
actually... Hey, I let you talk.
I run this show, dip brain. Hello? Don't tell me what you're going to do. I haven't made any claim to you about what a flat Earth does. I've invited you to make your sphere Earth claims here. You made a claim about orbit, it begged the question. Don't now tell me what I claim about a flat Earth, so you can strawman the crap out of what I haven't claimed. You are invited to make your claims.
I used a term.
Can you not talk through me? Yeah? This is my show. I will invite you as a guest to offer your proof, not strawman me about what I haven't claimed about a flat Earth. That's not going to be happening here, Das. So stop talking through me.
I'm hoping to have a civil conversation with you.
Sorry, why is it that these assholes that talk straight through the middle of you start moving on to how they're not being talked to civilly? What you're doing is constantly interrupting the host as he points out that he's not going to be strawmanned with what you say I claim a flat Earth does.
I didn't strawman you.
Sorry, you've just started launching into what a flat Earth does. I haven't made any claims. But you're so belligerent you will not, for at least 4 minutes, tolerate me explaining how you are strawmanning me with something you have now said I say a flat Earth does. I haven't made any claims. I've invited you to make them. You've done very poorly so far. So don't strawman me with what a flat Earth does. So you...
Okay,
why are you still talking?
Made your claims. You just
why are you still talking? Is this the level of fundy chanting I have to deal with from people who can't face that they've used fallacy? Notice he's not accepted his fallacy. He's just moved on to challenging me with a straw man about what flat Earth does, constantly talking through me as he does so. Notice he's not acknowledged anything I've pointed out to him.
Give me time
there he is
to
again.
Talk. You want us to talk over me? How about we just do fair? How about I talk for 30 seconds?
How about you suck on my dick? How about you do that?
I want equal time.
How about you suck my dick? I'll do whatever I damn well choose. You are invited to offer up claims that prove we're on a sphere Earth. You've offered up a begging the question fallacy so far. I'm not going to be bowing to your demands about what a flat Earth does and what I'm going to explain. Now, I've tried to tell you that, but you just won't tolerate it, and now you're appealing to the format of the show and what I should be offering you in civil discussion.
Well, look. Well, hold on a second. What is the...
I won't be holding anything. You can hold my dick, sunshine. That's what you can hold. You can offer up your claim of a sphere Earth and try and prove it.
You just let me make one line.
Look, you stuttering little twat. Offer up a globe proof and I'll rip it to shreds. Don't tell me what a flat Earth does. I haven't offered you any claims.
Well, you're saying I'm begging...
I'm saying you can offer up a globe claim and I'll rip it to shreds. Go.
All models assume the sun orbits, whether it's a flat or...
So do they? According to you, all models assume orbital sun. Do they?
No, they don't.
Well, yeah, in a flat Earth model...
No, don't tell me what a flat Earth model does, unless you're claiming it. Are you now claiming flat Earth and what the flat Earth you model and you adhere to with your model does? Are you now a flat Earther claiming what a flat Earth model does?
No, I'm holding...
So it's a straw man! You stupid little retard! I've told you 6 times! Stop doing it! Don't just sigh! It's finally got through to him. Yeah, it is just a straw man you're attempting to burn, you unbelievably irritating little prick. I've offered you 6 times for you, the fundamentalist religious zealot with a sphere belief, to offer up your claim proofsy of a globe. All you've done so far is offer up the fallacy of begging the question with orbit, and then chanted through every damn word that I've said when I've objected to you burning a straw man about what you say flat Earth does. That won't be tolerated. You done with your globe proofs then?
Well, you're just being an incredibly rude prick. I can go talk.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not being rude. I'm saying you're not going to strawman me with what you say a flat Earth does.
No, you're strong.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm saying you're not going to strawman me with what you say a flat Earth does after I annihilate your assumption of orbits.
I.
Yeah, you're just going to sigh. That's what you're going to do when you don't get the opportunity to strawman me and refuse to accept that it is a strawman, tell me it isn't a strawman, and then move on to tell me what I say a flat Earth does. No, that won't happen.
Well,
so, Brucey's for Globe. Next, please. Next.
no, honestly, you're just a rude prick.
Yeah, that's not a proof for a globe. It's also not anything further to you begging the question fallacy of orbits, when you assume things are falling around an Earth that's sphere-shaped and a sun that's got things falling around it in a begging the question orbital manner. Yeah, that's you begging the question. That's your claim proofsy so far. You attempted but didn't manage to link it back to suns not changing in angular size. Well, that doesn't prove anything. Telling me I'm rude after I tell you you're not going to strawman me isn't going to fly either. I'm not rude when I say no, you're not going to tell me what I say a flat Earth is. That's totally unreasonable. Shout out to Solo2469 for the super chat. Really appreciate it. It just gives me money. So really appreciate the support. Also shout out to Solo, same again, Solo2469. He says, it has just occurred to me that I desperately need a class in assertive communication. Right, maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Thank you very much, both of you, for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. I've kept the live show going so this guy can offer up a glow-proof seat to salvage some sort of dignity rather than strawmanning me for the 7th time, telling me I'm being unreasonable when I tell him he can't do that.
I think you're wrong about orbits. Nathan, you're wrong about orbits because he's applying it in the celestial sphere model and he doesn't even realize it.
Also, it's just not true.
He said it was a globe
It's not
proof.
true.
Hold on. He started it off by asserting it as though it was his proof of being on a sphere. So while he may not realise that that's actually a derivation of a flat Earth, I know that when he says orbits, he's assuming rocks falling around other rocks.
He didn't claim celestial sphere model even, John. He just said the way in which the sun sets means orbits was basically.
Yeah, we're back in 2017.
But
He's not even.
But it's not even true. He said, like, on all flat Earth models, it orbits. No, it doesn't. Only on the circle-centric oriented ones, it does that. Not all. It's just not true. Everything he said.
No, not if it goes loopy, eh, Arwin? Loopy.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're saying it's not a model? So it's not a model then. It's not a model.
Arwin, put your knickers on. Was that friendly conversation we had yesterday, me, you, and Chocolate? It wasn't. What's up, man?
I'm trying to make an argument here against the globe, and you're now putting my loopiness here into doubt.
No,
you're strawmanning me with my own concept.
In a rectangular looping model, there is no circulation. It's a straight line across the equator that then loops back. I was supporting you. You're just a bit.
He was actually on your side with that statement. You just didn't. As hot-headed as me.
I was using the phrase, Arwin, we had yesterday, mate, in a friendly way. It wasn't. Oh, man.
It's called a joke, Arwin.
Only I have the right to say loopy that way because it's my
only I can use that word.
We were practicing it yesterday, Arwin. Loopy.
We've still got some other newbies.
Only I can say that.
Sorry, we've got some other newbies that can end up telling me that I'm not reasonable to communicate with when I don't allow them to strawman us. So we've got the Viking.
Just to clarify, that when he says sunset, he will be applying it within the celestial sphere model, whether he realizes it or not.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. He doesn't know that his assertion of a sunset based on the twisting of a protractor around through its degrees as it moves its position towards the horizon is actually a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to the declination of the sun towards the horizon with angles. Yeah, he doesn't know that. But he's offering up a 2017 begging the question of orbital motion, i.e. rocks falling around the Earth and Earth falling around the sun.
Yeah, but when he goes to demonstrate it, he's going to apply it with the arc of the sky.
Correct. He's going to tell us about how those orbits he's describing as things falling around us are actually the angle measurements of those items moving towards the horizon off a flat plane. That's correct. You're absolutely spot on. But I could only agree with you and get this so concise, having had him vanish and go away, rather than saying you're just rude when you tell me to shut the hell up when he's interrupting me pointing out his strawman use.
He was constantly rumpusing you. I don't know anything more rude than that. So he's just projecting.
Arwin's point about it not being a circle, the reason I was agreeing was that's one thing. The flat Earth model, whatever, yeah, we're talking circles. We're talking a two-dimensional movement, yeah, it's maintaining the same height, which we can use the celestial sphere model for. I don't think for 1 second that was even in his thoughts. What was the model that was in his head was orbital mechanics, and that's what was pre-assumed. And because that looked quite all right with the way the sun moved in the sky, that was the proof. See,
but anytime orbital mechanics or any assertion, they're going to point to the sky, right? And they'll immediately invoke the celestial sphere model to demonstrate their measurements.
No, now the reason I'm disagreeing is we would, because we understand that we'd use that, yeah. But I don't think if you've got no comprehension of it and your worldview doesn't even include that, and it's solely just affirming your own bias, I don't think you can attribute that level of intellect to their worldview.
No, Adam's right. Hold on, you're both right, but John's more right, because yes, that's correct, Adam. Yeah, you can't accuse him of appreciation of the elevation angle utilization of a flat plane to make the assertion. Cognitively, he's just affirming his own belief in a globe. You're right, but that's not John's point. John's saying it is whether he likes it or not. Doesn't matter if he knows it yet. It doesn't matter if he believed he was affirming his own sphere belief. He is factually using that celestial sphere model, which is a flat Earth model. Whether he knows it is irrelevant. Am I right, John?
His models.
Exactly.
Oh, I'd concede that.
That's exactly it.
No, I'd concede that point.
I have a little question for all of you guys, again, to clarify. Every time somebody says orbit, to me, that doesn't just signify some kind of circular path around the globe. It is more specific, related to gravity and how it's supposedly falling in a circle. So it is really intricately tied into the globe cosmology mechanics.
Yeah. It's falling, isn't it?
So it's technically not even orbiting above the flat Earth. It's just moving in a circle.
Orbits is a description. When you describe orbits, they will have to invoke the celestial sphere model for measurements.
No, I think what Arwin's mean, and I agree, if you use the term orbit, it is pretty much related to planets orbiting things. Even if you're just talking the electrons, it's a three-dimensional traveling around a spherical surface. Whereas within the celestial sphere, it isn't. It's a lap. It's a circular lap. The term orbit doesn't apply to celestial navigation, doesn't apply to our worldview at all. It's wholly encompassed in a heliocentric worldview.
And it would need a mass for that as well.
Zero acknowledgement.
Do any of
from the
the
opponent.
newbies want to tell us about?
Sorry, Chocolate, go ahead.
No, I was just calling out to. You said there were more newbies in here.
Oh yes.
Maybe somebody can actually talk about their globe.
Just to come back to what John was correcting me on.
Oh, hold on, Adam. Just 1 second. Just leave one little gap. So we've got, is the Viking new? Tack? If not, we've got Pieta, something like that. Fillet. I can't say, that's too small on my 4K monitor. Piatte.
Flat.
Is it just flat in a French sounding way?
Or flatty.
Flatte.
Flatte. Okay. I'll assume you're not a globe believer then. Any other newbies? There was a couple of others, but they've obviously bailed. Birdman? That one I can read, just about. Oh, he's on server mute. My bad. Hello? You're flashing away, but I can't hear you.
I'm hearing something, but it's really low volume. And roboting, I think.
That's not great.
Sounds like background noise.
Birdman, listen. It's a Birdman.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Good to have you.
Hello.
If you are a globe believer, this is going to be painful.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes. Good to have you.
You hear me?
Yes.
I think he can't hear us. Maybe you have to rejoin.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good to have you. Did you have
Hello.
a view on the nature of Earth?
Water's obviously flat, so the Earth is flat. Can you hear me?
I have no objection with that.
All right.
Fair enough.
Works for me.
You have to rejoin. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
The other one was the Viking, and he hasn't responded. So, go on, Adam. You can round out with this point to John.
It was. I do. I get the point. My only thing we spent last week on that saying, I'm done correcting ballers on Coriolis. I'm done taking their nonsense and re-explaining it, their model correctly, or explaining a correct explanation of it. And I think that's a little bit like going into that, because if you've got no comprehension of the celestial sphere model, it's not even useful for him to disprove it. So I wouldn't bother to explain it. I would just...
Well, I agree. I wasn't doing it for his
It's
benefit.
just that John's always working at like Super Saiyan 4 level.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to bring it back down to like regular normie level.
Don't knock that out of him. Sorry, that's one of my most
what it is.
favourite things. Don't knock that out of him, because that's excellent. It makes me smile every time it happens. Yeah,
Oh, I love it. I love
me
it.
too.
Super fast shortcut every time.
Yeah. It cuts through the hyperbole and your seemingly valuable high-level understanding of some of these complex arguments. Like, that wasn't a very particularly complicated argument to give as an example, but it's just happened. Oh, well, you've just begged the question. You're just assuming orbital motion, right? Well, for John to turn around and go, yeah, but he's going to need a flat plane to orbit and assume and reify the notion of things falling around a sphere. Yeah, he's going to be taking flat plane measurements in order to turn that into a sphere-Earth assumption with these orbits that are basically a paradox in and of themselves, because they couldn't be falling around a sphere surface if you're making the assertion by measuring it flat. I love it. Every time he does it, it sort of... It doesn't undermine me either, which I like. When he does it, it doesn't even take the wind out of my sails. It's just, I can't find the words to describe what it does. It renders what that I've just done redundant. Not useful... Sometimes incredibly useful, but redundant.
It's intellectually very good. Every time you go, oh, brilliant, because it is the quickest route there to the destruction.
Right, it's just straight to the point.
But it does require really, really high-level understanding of it all to get there quick, to see the quickest route. And whilst that's a compliment to John, the point I was making is it can be... You could spend more time explaining like Coriolis, or less time explaining Coriolis to someone for them to recognise the point. I know us guys do, and we go, well done, John, yeah? But actually, you've got to understand it to see how devastating the point is.
Yeah, John's smarter than I am. That's why he sees that shortcut quicker than I do. It reminds me, and I'll round out on this note after I shout, that's Unitox Femi, who says, how many sea levels do we have in the world? Right on. Yeah, there is only one. Sea level. That said, there's various different tide heights and all sorts of other... I just don't want crap in the comments from that super chat Unitox phone, but I do appreciate the support. It reminds me of the Hollow Man, and in the Hollow Man, they're trying to figure out how to make invisibility work. And there's two different main character professors. One of them's Kevin Bacon, the main character, and the other one is a professor that's been on his heels, working alongside him in various labs, but never as good as him for the majority of his career. And he's explaining to the woman that inevitably goes with the better professor that he needs the B and C of it. And she's like, what are you talking about? You need the B and C of it. And he's like, well, the other professor, Invisible Man Professor, can always go from A to D without needing the B and the C. And that's the skill. Going from A to D without needing B and C. He says, I always need the B and C. Right? I've got to go A, B, C, D. That's how it's done. I can't go from A to D. He can go from A to D. I need the B and C of it. Well, I, in this example, need the B and C of it. The complicated, high-level understanding that makes me feel all smug. Just to go, bloody hell. Every time John goes, yeah, you don't need that B and C. Here's A, there's D. Done.
Hey, could I bring up a point real quick?
But the B and C is where sometimes where the fun happens. That's why we kind of like dipping our toes into it, right? That's like the meat of it. Just going straight. That's like, you know, having a fight. You just put your hand through somebody's chest, and that's that. You know, sometimes you want to play with your food.
Yeah, don't play with your food.
I was just going to say, sometimes you like to play with your food a little bit.
Says Anthony Riley, much to my frustration. Someone from Discord wanted to get a last word in while I've got my studio lights on, so if this ends up being long-winded, go ahead.
Hey, could I bring up a point real quick?
Yeah.
All right. So, you know, we know water's flat, and we know that you guys have done a lot of work bringing out the work with the sextant and how that works, which is amazing. You can't beat that. But radar and sonar and radio also require straight, direct line of sight. So that's a good thing that kills the globe. There's no comeback.
Oh, I absolutely and completely agree. And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jupiter's panels for making today's live show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in the live stream audience for smashing the super chat so much, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal button and the thanks button, and all that good stuff. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. As I say, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you watching live. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
But it will never equal up to the objective reality.
Well, it may be a great model, but it's never going to be a complete model.
No, because it's not made in the same way as reality. It's using little bits of reality to model reality, but it's not actually modeling reality, is it? Whenever you do anything, it's
You're talking about the celestial sphere model.
No, any model.
Modeling of reality, just trying to figure out how everything works and putting it together.
No, well, then that's the point. Celestial sphere model isn't, to me, modeling reality. It's a model that allows you to navigate. Yeah, that's what it does. It doesn't model reality. It models stuff to allow you to navigate. It doesn't make a claim that this is how the celestial objects are organized. If I say it's specific, it won't attribute a height. It's an arbitrary height. So it's in of itself, yeah. It's saying it might be replicating it. In your view, Owen, there is no height sort of thing. But
it's coordination.
It's from a
I see it as coordination. Sorry, I see it as coordination on a flat, two-dimensional plane. Basically, that's how I see it. The celestial navigation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it in of itself isn't claiming to replicate reality. Of the it's saying this is a methodology of giving you GP.
It's using an aspect of reality.
Right.
To our
it's coordination. It's a coordination system, and it coordinates on a flat plane, which is effectively a 2D surface. That's how it does it.
Can I bring up a question about the sun and the angular? You all seen the footage from the drone hovering higher than the ground, and we see the sun fade away. What's happening there in their argument of angular sun change or not? When we see it fade away, what's that proving?
Well, do you want to hear the 2015 rebuttal to that?
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion on it.
Well, you haven't got the right filters.
I remember that. But that was just discussing when the sun's changing in angular size. That's not even discussing the fading away, like just out of the image without even touching the horizon. Because I think that was before David Weiss's sun fade videos.
Yeah, but if you've seen enough of the fading away sun videos, it does shrink before it disappears.
Okay, well, before we get into that, hold on. You're right. However, the guy who came on earlier, although we didn't get to this, I tried to get him to go to it, he wouldn't, was the question again from about 2014, flashback, violin sounds. So why does the not actual size of the sun not change in not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Or why does the not actual sun, or why does the apparent size of the sun not change throughout the day? Paraphrased as, why does the not actual size, that's apparent size, of the sun not change in its not actual size, that's apparent size, as it moves from its refracted not actual position throughout the day? That's what they're asking us as flat earthers to justify, without any claim of a globe earth attached to it, just this assertion that that can't work on a flat earth, that they straw man you because you've somehow made a claim that the sun will change in angular size throughout the day, as 10th Man's just done, based on drone footage that shows it doing that, apparently so.
Nathan, that sound is obviously a harp and not a violin.
Damn, it is a harp, you're right. That's what I am actually going for. Me going blum with a slight tone to it was enough for Arwin to go, I think you'll find that your mouth was making a harp sound, and he's actually correct.
Yeah, because that's like the magical, right? Like, oh, magical realm. I totally get it. But it's a harp.
That's right, it's a harp.
Well, I think it's interesting that even if you succumb to the false dichotomy that they're putting up and the straw man they're placing upon you, and you allow that, if you just ignore that argument and say, okay, you're right, they're still asserting a flat plane.
I think it's good for the audience. I know what you're saying, John, and that's just back down to the celestial fear. We all know that, but I think it's good for the audience to hear the crap from 2014 and 2015 who aren't up to date with the argument, possibly, if you know what I'm on about.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. I mean,
that's the good thing about dancing around in the B and the C.
Yeah, just, at the end of your journey, when you realize, you just walked around the block to the house next door, you don't need to keep walking around the block to get to the house next door. You can just walk next door.
I didn't understand the analogy, actually, if I'm honest. You don't have to walk around the block if you can just go next. I don't understand.
Right. The journey that we went on with Flat Earth was we walked around the block, right, a big circle, and ended up at the house next door to where we started. But now we don't have to do that. Now we can just walk next door.
Right. We just hop the fence in the backyard instead of walking all the way around the block. I know what you mean.
I totally understand, and there's a danger in that to the person watching, isn't there? Because if you can see somebody exercising, back to the Hollow Man example, somebody going from A to D. Now, in this example, A is your starting point at your house. B is halfway around the block, or, somewhere in the midst of the block when you're wandering around trying to find the location you're looking for. C is you know, other side, literally on the far other side of the block, and D is your next door neighbour's house, right? Now, what John's saying is you don't have to go through the reeking of all of that journey when you can just go from one to the next. But back in the, I don't know if this was live when 10th said it, it's like, yeah, but to get there, or I think it was Adam complimenting you actually, you've got to have such a high level of understanding to be able to go from one to the next without going through all the reeking. And in the case of most of us, we have been through the swamp, the reeking, the block, whatever you want to call it, first, to be able to also smile about that fact when somebody like John gets there quickly and goes from A to D, i.e. to your neighbour's house. And neighbour's house is a really good way of describing this, actually, because the origin of the globe was the flat Earth. They're not only... They're like a... What do you guys call it when it's a semi-detached house? I can't remember, you guys in America have got a name for that, a duplex or something like that, where it's one building but two houses. Well, that's what globe Earth and flat Earth are. They're intrinsically linked at the hip, because to assert a globe Earth, you need to measure a flat Earth. Well, that does actually leave you with a overriding conclusion. Earth is actually flat. But it doesn't make any difference to the fact that somebody, when asserting it, has to assert their claim by ways of a use of an elevation angle measurement that was taken from a flat plane, and in most, if not all instances, a use of the celestial sphere model to make the claim. So that is the A to D of it.
Right, but it's a lot about the programming of the individuals and them realizing the information. But like when QE says, would you bring a dog with you to try to debunk dogs or the kennel club? That's what they're doing immediately, and they don't even realize it. In almost every description they give, they're invoking a flat plane, and they don't realize it.
Right. The best way of verbalizing that in terms of a demonstration that people can realize or see in the comments is when a globe earther comes and asks a flat earther if we've got a map yet. And you're like, all of them are flat. And they're flat for a reason. Because it's measured and derived from flat earth angle measurements. That's how they're used after the fact. You roll them out flat. You draw circles on them flat. You measure your angle against a flat baseline and then put it on the flat map. So they're all flat. But we're asked somehow whether or not we've got a flat earth one. Like, where are the globe ones? It's nuts. They don't work. They can't work. And like you say, in terms of them coming in and shoving a tick-infested dog on the table and saying, see, no dogs exist. That's what they're doing when they roll out a flat map and ask you where your flat map is. Like, what?
Yeah, they say, where's your model? Well, you're using it. You know, you ask me where my model is. The globe Earth is using my model. So give that back and you go get your own model to try to figure this out with.
And by our model, you mean the celestial sphere model?
Yeah.
Right, get your own celestial sphere.
I don't ascribe to that model as being that. Adam covered this earlier. I'm glad he did. That in my model, that's a very useful tool for navigating. But number one, it's an orthographic model. There's no way I'm going to put my stamp on that as being representative of reality other than a useful tool for navigation.
And I don't live on a model.
I didn't say we did. I'm just saying, you know, you're...
I know you didn't.
I know you didn't as well. John's very confused.
That's just how I take that as soon as I hear that. Like,
it's a navigation.
Why are we talking about a model?
It is a model. It's a navigation model
that works and uses flat Earth angles to make it work. But you made this point earlier, John, yesterday rather, when you're like, why am I going to... I think it was your conclusion to probably the reason why Ruhif won't end up debating you, unless he's anything like Wiggles and Planner Walk, where they'll literally go through their own argument in the comments and then go and debate it so they can chant and fundy mute you at the end when the same thing happens. But you summed it all up beautifully when you're like, why would I argue beyond the conclusory point that you need a flat Earth to do any of this stuff we're going to argue about? There's no need to do that. What you say? So we first measure a flat Earth. That's it. Now the application in the model, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So it works. So I'm right in my assertions that we're measuring a flat Earth. Okay. I'm good with that. That's the end. There's no need for the insertion of B and C being argued about now. We're at D. Earth's flat.
Right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right, but they're putting B and C forward for you, to argue to D.
Yeah, that's the proto fallacy. A, Earth is flat. We're going to measure it flat. B, we're going to take those flat Earth angle measurements and derive a spherical radius from it. C, we're going to take the spherical radius taken from the flat Earth angle measurement at A through B to make C an assertion of a distance to a horizon that we're going to correct for dip. To get to D, Earth's a sphere. You're like, hang on a second. A was Earth flat, measured flat. Then B was turn it into a radius. C was use the radius to give you a geometric horizon with a bent line that was measured flat at A. Therefore, D, Earth's a sphere. That's the proto fallacy, in essence, isn't it?
Yeah, the minute they interject the sphere, when there's no reason to assert a sphere. And the way they do it is they take the GPs below the stars and apply them to the stars within the celestial sphere model.
So my B's wrong. So A, measure flat Earth elevation angle measurement. B, pull up elevation angle measurement measured off a flat plane into the celestial sphere model. C, use celestial sphere model to derive R and assert that we require dip angle measurements to a sphere that's violating the two former steps, to then go on to D, say Earth's a sphere, based on use of a elevation angle measurement from a flat Earth to derive a celestial sphere model to derive a radius from the now violated angles that we haven't got if we bend them.
I don't think it's that good. I think, so I get it, you do everything flat, even to the point of your circles of equal altitude. After that, you can take those longitude and latitude points and you put them on a globe to say, I'm here on the globe.
Yeah, you just wrap the latitude lines and longitude lines around a spherical surface. That's all
But
they do.
that's when the sphere's involved at that point. Once you've done all your calculations, that's when you can put it on a sphere and say it's on a sphere and translocate all your calculations, say, look, this is how they work in the sphere. But I don't see any of it being calculated within the sphere model at any point.
I was just about to ask that. Is there any, you said I can't remember, you used a good word, something or other?
Translocate. Yeah.
Translocate the celestial sphere model onto the globe model. I don't think I've ever seen that presented in a citation or in mathematics. And you're saying that, do they do that or they don't do that?
That was the one that we brought up the citation where we said you could do it like this, but it'd be exceedingly complicated and would still have to be an approximation and would take so long it would be impractical to do at sea.
Right, so I'm right. I am yet to see. I mean, I'm not arguing making an argument from silence here. They may be in existence, and I'm kind of inviting them to be presented. But I'd like to see those translocation mathematics. Would you not also like to see those, Adam?
Well, what they do is they change the angle of the plane instead of changing the angle of the stars.
So they're literally, that's the point where they're bending the ground that was taken as flat into the protractor you measured it with.
Yeah, except they're taking individual points and assigning those GPs to match the celestial sphere, and then Bob's your uncle, you got a globe.
But you can't.
I see. So the GP points sit on top of the spherical surface, and it will match because the GP points are measured out from a point to an angle with it below. So you just project it up onto a sphere, and therefore what would be the star in its location when measured with an angle off a plane becomes the ground beneath the star with you standing at its GP. Therefore the GP location's therefore on a curved surface from that point forward. Wow.
Yeah, it comes down to I don't know if I'll be able to give a great description of this, but I'll try. The celestial sphere model has a flat plane from where you take the angle measurements to the stars. And then you apply geometric conception to put it into that celestial sphere. Take the GPs and you say that they're equal distance from your GP above you, which is infinite, but infinite all around is equal distance in their conclusions, but whatever. And then you turn the plane, instead of rotating the sphere, you turn the plane and then assert that that plane is corresponding to the celestial sphere. And it's just like projecting those GP positions up into the celestial sphere model.
Something's just dawned on me then. Is that why you end up with north and south hemisphere then? Does that mean that in both instances, the globe Earth projection is that process being done, but azimuthal equidistant projection north pole centric on top of azimuthal equidistant projection south pole centric, the two sandwiched together? Because obviously you can't have a full celestial sphere from one location, and it's not like they're making the model as they move around making these angle measurements, because it would cock it all up. But you could just take two halves and clamshell them together. Is that how it's done?
Yeah.
So the reason I ask is because that would infer that the globe itself must be two equidistant projections then. So what is the flat North Pole centric equidistant projection that makes up the top half of the globe? In other words, I say the globe, my brain immediately goes to a flat map. It immediately starts conceptualizing how the Mercator projection works, or the Gaull-Peters, whatever you fancy. But that isn't a globe. But I don't know why my cognition has made me do that. I'm suddenly having a bit of a brain freeze over this. I don't know why.
The north works, but the south, as far as I can see, doesn't.
The south centric projection doesn't work.
Yeah, this is ephemeris and kind of star mapping types of work that AJC did. But no, is the simple answer. No, I don't think you can just wrap it. The south slightly out, as far as I'm aware. I'd have to go and research it, but it's not. No, it's not as simple as just no, because you've also got equatorial star maps as well. You see how it works, because they're all slightly different. That's why a celestial sphere, the old school one, very, very basic in terms of major points. But to have lots and lots of stars, you've got to kind of you have different star maps in terms of position and longitude and latitudes.
So what's stellarium then? Is it just
stellarium? Is I think probably the and that's why it don't work, doesn't it? Because that uses a celestial equator. Is the celestial sphere model, and they stick the Earth in the middle of it with that, as John's describing. I think that's how stellarium is.
But that would still mean that it's essentially using two different projections that you just move across to get from one to the other projection. But you're going to still have to have a presumably North Pole centric projection at the centre to have it, as you described earlier, John, projected out for the GP points on a sphere that you'd be then standing on, to have it be that globe in the middle for you to move around in stellarium.
No. You project the globe out onto the celestial sphere, but you got to keep the flat plane, or you can't get the measurement.
Okay.
That's what stellarium is, a flat plane, and then the celestial sphere model applied to it. So then it takes your GP of what you should be seeing from that position in the celestial sphere model and applies it to your phone, so you can look around and see how it would look in the model if that's were reality.
So does it reproject each time then? Like in the same way you can move the azimuthal projection into different locations and then reproject the map out from there, does stellarium have to reproject each time you move your location then? You said it was working off the equatorial projection. That just means it's working off one though, doesn't it? But Adam said that's why it's wrong, but you didn't expand on that.
No.
Go on, whoever that was. Or not.
Sorry, I'm fighting with. Hold on.
Alrighty then.
I don't know if this helps, but if you envision the way the ballers talk, you have the globe and the equator. What's going on here?
Who's this guy rumpusing from Discord all the time?
Somebody wanted to cause a bit of chaos. It could be someone with the same name as me in a sock. Every time I glance away, that's when he does it smart.
Can't you just force mute him?
If I catch you, I'm going to serve mute him. The question on the table is, how do they project it out when they're using what is essentially the celestial sphere model? How do they get north and south to actually function?
Let's go to an image and master beyond posting.
Say it again, Nathan. Just explain it. Project.
If you're projecting out the azimuthal equidistant projection, for it to be accurate to the stars at your location, right, you've got to be at the centre of it, right?
Yeah, although the azimuthal equidistant isn't accurate for sticking it there and being able to stick stars on top of that and move underneath and.
I realise that, but what I'm saying is, in the same way that when you move, using that model, you can then reproject it from your position to make the land match up from your location with the GPs of the stars being over whatever part of that map is. I know it's not comparable directly, but I'm just talking about how that particular map, you can reproject it from any point. And I'm saying that for the computer program to replicate something similar and match up with your location from anyone who uses it across the surface of Earth, wouldn't it have to reproject the map for any given location to match up with the stars?
No, okay, so I'm getting it, and I'll stand to be. What you've got is a longitude latitude grid coordinate system that we derive, and this is what we get from the ephemeris. And this is where I said this is where you stick it onto the globe. If you then stick that onto the globe version of that, those same coordinates. Remember when we had the guy on that had a pyramid, a flat plane, a circle?
Yes.
Whatever you plot, as long as that's correct, that grid system is relatively correct with its flat, ball, pyramid, whatever. You can take that data from the ephemeris data and plot it onto whatever shape you've got. Yeah, as long as that grid's there correct on there. So that's when it goes in stellarium. The data then goes onto their grid system, the ball grid system, which is the azimuthal equidistant projection as well from a ball.
Gotcha. Now I understand. Thank you for breaking it down.
Okay, sorry about that. What you're talking about, the reprojection, is Google does it when you're zooming in on a position. Are you still here, Nathan?
Yeah, that's the same, John.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, Google Map, it's called a floating coordinate system is what they do. And then the frame rate of your phone will adjust for that floating coordinate system as you move. But you're not going to get enough change in position to really matter if you're walking around. But that's what...
I think Google's a good example, unless I'm getting the point mixed up. Remember when Google you've got your standard Google elevate view, you're looking down on stuff and you're going higher and higher and higher, and it's flat. Suddenly, boom, there's Earth curve in the imagery. Yeah, suddenly it turns into a ball.
Right.
Well, that's the same data for all of the houses and all the landmarks when it was demonstrated flat and plotted flat. And then when they go to the CGI, up we go so high that we're going to show the Earth curve. It's the same images at the same point, but it's plotted onto a different mesh, onto a ball mesh that's got the same grid coordinates on instead of just a flat grid.
Right, they warp it halfway.
Yeah.
And remember, it didn't used to be like this. It used to be all globe, all of it, until we started to dig into it on the Flat Earth debate, and then suddenly they made the ground view more based on real views. So they had to make it flat, and that's when the warping from flat to ball started.
But the point being, as far as the computer's concerned, the data it's got is the same. It just then portrays that data through different models at different times. So lower down, it's using the flat model. Higher up, it's portraying the same data laid out on a sphere model.
Right. Visually, they're using two different models, and they morph them.
Well, we had someone come onto the Flat Earth debate that did the same thing when he asserted that there was no way to tell which model was true. I don't know if you remember him, but
Yeah,
he was pretty much arguing for a draw.
Yeah, Adam was just brought him up a minute ago.
Triangle Earth guy?
Yeah, he had all sorts of different models, and he asserted that you couldn't tell. In other words, the best he could leave with was a draw. It could be a sphere, but it could also be a pyramid or a flat plane. It's like, no, but your grid system was derived by measurements from a flat plane. So long as you have that grid system in the first instance down pegged, you can project it as Adam's just detailed to me. Now I can verbatim basically parrot it back. You can then project it onto anything you like, a la Stellarium.
Sorry about that earlier. The kids always know when you're trying to get a point across. That's when they start yelling.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
The elevation angle measurement is based on the alt-as coordinate system, which is a horizon-based coordinate system. So you need that flat plane. The RA declination is a map of the sky, has nothing to do with the ground. And they intertwine the two for the confusion. I've got a series of slides, too many for you to show, but you guys can go look at it. I just posted it.
I'm flicking through them. Did you want me to just run?
Well, go to the last one. Go to the last one, then I'll make my point, and then I might steer you to another one.
Okay. Astronomy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here you've got the dome of perspective, but that center where you see the right angle, that's the Earth. That's you. That's the center of the Earth. That's in their model, in the way that they do it, because they do it from the equatorial plane. But in reality, as you see here, all you need is a flat disk to bring credence to what this slide is saying. So you've got the stars above and a map of them, and they're moving the way they do, and they repeat themselves year after year. You've got an angle measurement, which is an elevation angle measurement. The altitude is the elevation. And then the azimuth is the direction or the bearing from north, east, west, and then all the way back to north again for the bearing. And that's horizontally based as well. So this is what's being done. There is no bottom dingleberry here because there is no dingleberry. And this is basically their tangent plane that they put on the dingleberry is this image.
The dingleberry only ever was in their minds.
If you go to the previous slide, the one just before this, astronomical coordinate summary, you got that one? Yes? No?
I've got it 10th. I'll stick it on the screen.
I must have stepped away.
Yeah.
All right.
I was going to say, Tim, to remember, if everyone does something, he doesn't have to do anything.
It's on screen, Tim.
Yeah, that's why we're here for. All right, astronomical coordinates summary relative to observer altitude azimuth coordinates. Now you can see here in the image that's above the blue one, where it shows the previous description, you see the bottom half of the dingleberry, But that's really the celestial sphere. And the image of the woman, I think that's there, is the center of the earth. And so this outside is the infinite celestial sphere that you have to imagine. It's not real. And then where you see to the right, where the edge meets it, it says celestial horizon. Well, that's an extension of the plane, the equator, which if you look below and say that that disk that image is standing on is actually the plane of the earth. If you move it up to the top one, it extends all the way to the celestial sphere where the stars are imagined to be put on the inner wall of a concave circle. So it's all flat, even extending from the Earth's size in their model all the way to the celestial sphere. It just, everything mirrors or mimics their globe. But the bottom half is not needed ever for elevation angle measurements because you need a flat plane for that.
Right on. Thanks.
If you just look at those pictures and appreciate that the dome is the dome of your view. That's why it's domed. It's how we see. And you just asked a complete neutral that what shape is the Earth in this model? What shape is it described as in the pictures? You can see it's flat. There's circles in there, but that's how we see. But the actual shape of the surface and how everything relates is to a flat surface. You don't hang a dingleberry under there. The only assumption is it's a flat surface you're working with.
Yeah, excellent point.
What is it with the rumpusing of the guests when they come in? I appreciate that I do stop them in their tracks. Maybe I should be more gentle in my saying, whoa, just beg the question. Nobody likes that, right? But from then on in, when they descend it into permanently rumpusing every word, not listening to a single thing that's being responded to, definitely not acknowledging where they've just used a fallacy. What is it with the rumpusing? Why is it with the chanting straight through the middle of you and then claiming that you're being rude?
It's the Discord habit, probably. The guy is probably only used to Discord conversations, and people, especially those types, they constantly rumpus each other. They do it with everybody.
Rumpy tactics, isn't it?
But it's just normal. In Discord, that's normal. Everybody just yells through one another, right?
Yeah.
It's completely pointless.
Nathan, I'll stand and give two versions of it. It didn't have to go the way it went, but it did. Now, here's the two versions. Either the guy on purpose was rumpusing, and you had every right to do what you did. Or the other option, he's unfamiliar with the show. He's unfamiliar with fallacies. He's unfamiliar that you want a concession before moving on. And so he doesn't offer one. He still wants to talk. He's not getting it. And so when you treat both as one, sometimes some innocent activity gets demolished. But if it's a troll, they deserve every bit of it, right? So one's done on purpose, one isn't, and your tact is the same for both. So.
Right. Well,
If you had an ounce of humility, though, it would be solved very quickly.
You've got to go with your gut.
Go on, Adam.
You've got to go with your gut, right? And if you went with your gut, and if after the first kind of telling him to please respect the rules, realise it's your show. Now, if that was me, and I've come on, I'm a bit bolshy, and you say that, there's a point as a reasonable person that I am there for a point of self-learning that I check my behaviour. But what we see with these guys is not a checking of behaviour, but a descending of the behaviour. And that then confirms you're correct to carry on the way you're doing. If they come back reasonable, like a normal person would do, then maybe you should just hold up. Maybe I was a little bit hasty there, but it was quite apparent this afternoon there was no need to check your behavior. Yeah, because it just descends. Their behavior descends when you catch them out first off, and they realize they've got nowhere to go. The only route is, like I say, it's rumpusy behavior. It's appeal to format. It's then doing that projection, just completely talking over you. And I think you've just got to use your spidey sense on it, Nathan. And it's very rare I've seen you be wrong, mate. So I won't worry.
Yeah,
I would say
I tend to
It
swear
was
at
a
them.
full-on DARPCon 4.
Well, I want to hear 10th because it's typically I'm appealing to. It's like because it drives me nuts and I end up swearing at them.
Yeah. I agree with Adam a lot in what he just said. However, you've only got one reaction, and it's the one you showed today and also in the past. I would recommend that for the sake of the show, shareability of the show, that so it doesn't descend into something like that where you do use language, then you just excuse them and have another way of dealing with it. Say, look, if you want to continue, like this is just off the top of my mind right now. Look, if you want to continue talking, you have to realize I'm stopping you for a reason, which means you don't talk while I'm talking. But every time I'm talking, you keep interrupting. If this keeps up one more time, I'm going to cancel this conversation. Do you understand?
I did do that.
And then, no, I know you did. I know you did. I know. But without the cursing and all that is what I'm saying is you can take a different tack that you don't need to carry on and call the guy names, just stop the conversation. Then he doesn't troll the show if he's one of those guys. And if he's in the minute minority that is innocent, then at least you didn't lose your temper in the wrong way with the wrong guy. I mean, I agree with Adam. Most of them come here and they should know their behavior has to adjust to your show because they're coming on your show. And most of them are trolls, and most of them, actually, we all feel like telling them off. But is that good for your show is all I'm saying.
Mute them early, because what you do is you threaten them, and you've even divulged on air, you're not going to mute, you just threaten them and hope they adjust. Mute them early, the second they do, explain to them what's going off, and give them a couple of strikes, and then they're gone. That way you don't need to engage with them, because there's a set of rules. Keep over talking, you get muted. You get explain what's going off, you get asked to address the point, and we let you back in. If you do that 3 times, you're just gone. And we don't have to waste our time with them, and we can then laugh at them a lot easier. I knew where that was going, and I say it was obvious. So what you want is a more expedient way and a direct route to just eject them. In the old days, it was you swear you're gone, and that was But this seems to be if you can't obey the rules of how to have polite discourse, yeah, then you'll be ejected and you'll be given 3 civil opportunities to behave like a decent human being. You fail, gone, bye-bye. That'll be my...
There's another way.
In other words, I need to step in.
I give everybody like 3 chances personally, and then like if they keep on doing the same thing over and over again, then it's just like no point continuing because there's no growing curve in them, right? You got to give them a chance to outgrow their stupid behavior as well.
No verbal warning. It's just instant muting. The first time you're offended by it, you instantly mute them and you lay down the rules. This is warning number 1. You've got 2 more after this. If you carry on, you'll be gone. Do you understand? And then we can get back to the point, and we can succinctly get rid of them if your spidey senses is tingling. And where it goes,
right within the conversation,
you should be able to tell.
Within a singular conversation, yes. I'm talking about the long term, right? You know, somebody can just have a really bad day where they don't have a grip or they didn't know what to expect, and then they'll behave terribly. You got to give them another chance. But if they do the same level 3 times in a row every time they appear, that's when you know, like, there's no more point.
No, I mean, in one show. The next day, you'll be warmly welcomed back on the next show. Even if they do that that day, the next day, you're gone that day, but you're warmly welcome back the next day.
I would only add one more thing to. I would only add one more thing to what Adam said, which was really good, is explain what a concession is, and we're not moving on until you concede that the way you brought up that point was fallacious. So they have an idea that you're not moving on until they say, well, you know what? I didn't know until you pointed out, but yeah, that I concede I was wrong. Let me try this way. It gives them that opportunity to do that. So many times they don't realize we know you're not moving on until they concede a point, which is false. Half of them don't even know what you're asking them to do.
Can I interject?
Hold on. My point was, sorry, I'll let you go very quickly. My point was just, I want to emphasize, when they first come on, like a first appearance, people get in over their head, okay? We have a pretty high standard here, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very happy about that. But people just don't realize that until they're actually here. So I always see the first time, like, anything could happen. It all depends on how they're going to come back after that.
Go on, John.
Yeah, what I was going to say is just in the way that this is looked at, like if you use the analogy of the A to D and A, B, C, D, it all leads back to the same place. And it's understandable to get frustrated with people that don't want to take those logical steps. And a lot of flat earthers are frustrated trying to explain this to people that don't want to use logic, reason, or accept measurements. Who are just completely delusional. So as far as an audience base goes, there is a niche for berating morons. And I don't.
Holding to task, indeed.
But the way to look at it in the end is.
I just wanted to thank you guys.
You can thank us in a second. Just one sec. Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to say thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just give John a couple more seconds. He's nearly at his conclusion.
Should I go?
My fault. I was just going to say, in the end, after it's all said and done, it doesn't matter what they do, right? They started with a flat plane. And maybe it's just easier to laugh at them when they go off into these delusional fantasies about a globe, you know?
Right.
Well, are you guys saying that suck my dick was kind of inappropriate at the time?
Okay.
Yeah, what happened to
Go ahead.
balls? Come on, that wasn't called for.
This is Adam Price. How are you guys?
Very well.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the work, and for especially the last couple weeks. You guys have been trying to make the arguments very concise, very tard proof, and it's working. I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
Be polite.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Yes, it's mostly Adam.
No, I was saying thank you, Adam Price there. That's nice to hear, isn't it? That you are actually helping. Instead of
who's helping?
Even with these numpties, they serve a use.
I mean, I got the Coriolis argument down, I got it down to about 4 words or 6 words if I had to, but let's say it more of a sentence, and in that, if Coriolis, then Earth turns, but if no Coriolis, then Earth isn't turning. It's real simple when
that's pretty good
when you think about it.
Very.
Thank you.
Go on, QE. You weren't getting enough credit. Something like that.
It's all right. I can live with that. In 20 minutes, Hoymar, under another name, you know how the Globetards change their name, he's going to come in and explain the dip correction to us. So we got 20 minutes if you're going to stick around.
Dip correction to the geometric horizon?
In the sextant context, he's going to explain dip correction.
Lovely.
In the sextant context for the globe to a geometric horizon?
You'll have to ask him.
Okay. It's a shame Rufy's not here. I could ask him how that geometric horizon was working out for him.
His new name, Hoymar's
I,
new name, he's got a little penguin on him. His new name is NASA Shield Department Apprentice. So if you see him in here, then it's time to get to him.
John, are you there still? I had a couple of texts.
Well, I didn't say the last word, then run off.
What? Say again, John.
You said, am I still? Yes, I'm here, Adam.
No, I'm sorry, I meant the other John, the one that would talk to Ruthie. I know you don't.
Oh, for goodness.
Sorry.
Refracted curvature.
Oh,
John.
for goodness sake. Say.
Well, I tried to use your QE title on if John's there. It was just to say, you know, yesterday we was on about his challenge and that, and he was saying it's embarrassing that no one has done it. So I did ask him. I said, well, why would that be embarrassing? Listen for this projection. Because you all speak on the topic as if you're experts, and the people that have done it are trying to help you, and you ignore them. It's peak Dunning-Kruger. So I've just sent a little invite out to him. I said, look, have you watched today's show? We did address you directly. You should come on Flat Earth Debate and discuss your misconceptions. Got to be better than hiding in Skype and preparing for a pointless challenge that a phone app could solve. If you could specify a day or a week, I will ensure I am there and help moderate us a bit, as I know you can be very sensitive. Is it a date then, Buttercup? He's just said he was listen to the show, but he's a bit busy. He'll make sure he listens later. That's the point. He's completely ignored coming on. So it was an open invite there. He even used his cute name of Buttercup.
Well, he's been in the process of debating me about the debate we're supposed to have, I guess, for the last week. And what all he has to do is set it up, send me the sources that he's going to use, and just set it up and give me a time. And that's not happened yet.
No, tell him, try and say, come over to Flat Earth Debate. I'll moderate. I'll keep it there. Look, you know. Not that it'll need moderating with you. You'll be fine. You know what I mean? It's not going to get... Might have to tell Rufy to calm down. But that'll be it, won't it? Do you know what I mean? So if he's got this amazing thing, I'm not sure why he's just not bringing it to the table.
I bet you it uses flat Earth angle measurements.
Whatever it does, it can't keep trying to demonstrate it in Skype. May as well bring it over here. He used to be not so shy, so come on, Rufy.
Yeah, he's wanting to argue past the point of concession is what it comes down to. He's like, we're going to use flat Earth angle measurements, a flat Earth model of the celestial sphere, and then we're going to argue about how Earth's a globe. No. If you concede to the first 2 points, you can't argue the third one without being in contradiction of those first 2 points. So no, I'm not arguing that, you know?
No, he's on Coriolis now. So he's obviously moving on. So he's attacking Chocolate as well. They never call each other out. Doesn't then give an example of them calling each other out just as a go at Chocolate. But yeah, I think he's focused on Coriolis again. So maybe he's run off, John. That might be the end of it.
Yeah, well, that's been my experience so far. Is it's like skirmishes, but nobody will commit. I mean, I'm not asking for anything. You know, I pretty much, as my demands is that I'll meet any of their demands. No. I just want them to choose a model that they'll demonstrate, and they can even choose mine.
But that's it, isn't it? And that's what they're trying to whistle past, hence the nature of the quickness of... McToon will do this. He'll give you the angles. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, I bet he will. Because you'll take the measurement off a flat plane for you to then use and say it fits on your ball model. That's what they're trying to do, without admitting that they're getting the angle from a flat plane.
Well, and see, the thing that they're going to use that model, the model they're going to use is a celestial sphere model to assert those angles. They're not going to use the globe model. because then they'll have to deal with the curved baseline. So that's, you know what I mean? That's that's going to be the sleight of hand. That's where the trick happens.
That's why you've got to give them those angles first, and not mention their provenance.
Yeah.
Well, just to get them into the debate?
Yeah, basically that proto fallacy, right?
Yeah. You've got to ignore where you got the angles that are going to be used in the challenge from. And actually, from that point on, if you ignore where the angles are from and just operate in whichever coordinate system you want to, it doesn't matter. You like I said, an app will solve it for you. It doesn't matter. The point is, he's asking you to please ignore. He's asking you for a miracle. Please give me one miracle first, then I can prove it. Yeah. And the miracle being the angle, where what the angle is obtained from, how it has any validity.
So we're waiting for a NASA shell Hoymar. It's going to be very slow. Not even QE's going to stay the distance to wait for him, if he turns up at all.
I haven't checked my.
Nathan, you remember the picture from the Navigational YouTube channel where it shows the boat with a right angle triangle on the dingleberry?
Yeah.
Have that ready. Whatever they want to say dip correction is, they got to stick within citable references of navigation. And it is to get it to a true 90, a true altitude to be that right angle. That's why that guy had to put a right angle with the boat on top of Dingleberry. Has to have that because that's the elevation angle.
We're going to pad this 20 minutes out with discussion on some accounts?
No. 13 minutes.
Okay.
I was going to say something about the celestial sphere model and dip correction, because their dip correction is to a tangent point, right? Okay, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Theoretically,
Yes. How's that geometric horizon working out for you? Yes.
It's what happens when you ask for affirmation, you see.
Is this, John, refractive curvature, John, is this where you want to go into where is that tangent point, the feet of the observer or at the horizon where you're aiming the sextant to? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's just in a celestial sphere model that they'll use later. There's a horizon in that, and the angle's at your feet. So is there 3 tangents from a straight line? Is that possible?
They remember in their model, in our model, it's the same thing. In their model, that celestial one is moved to the center of the Earth, of the ball Earth.
Was John's question rhetorical?
I guess
Sorry
it
for
is.
the interruption. Sorry for the interruption, Adam. The answer to your question is no, because tangent definition is what?
Right.
The point of a straight line intersects with a sphere.
Yeah, we're at a single point, correct?
If you were bisecting a sphere, you could probably argue that there was 2 points, but yeah, just 1 point.
Yeah, that's what a tangent is. So then the answer to your question is no. It's ludicrous. And where are they getting the tangent from? Can somebody show me a tangent mirror on the sextant? I want to see that.
Well, to assert that the horizon is a tangent point, and the angle, the point below your feet is a tangent point as well. That's non sequitur.
That's exactly. That's what I said. Yep. So on to the next question. Can you? What the horizon is a tangent? Did you say the horizon is a tangent point? Did somebody say that?
If you're going to use dip correction, then you're going to ascribe the horizon as part of your geometric considerations, and you're going to draw a line to that horizon, which you have to say is a tangent from your eye to the leading edge of the ball. That's what you do in their world for the dip correction. It's adjusting for that tangent to parallel to
but the horizon isn't a tangent, right?
But in their dip correction, that's what they're assuming your straight line of sight to the horizon creates to need calculation for.
Straight line of sight. I'd like to see. Can somebody show me a picture of a line of sight? What happens when you look at something? There's there a fucking line that shoots out of your pupil?
Yeah, the geometry of what they're when they put the sextant to the eye and you line it up to the horizon, what they're saying is that is creating a tangent on the geometry of the edge of the sphere in terms of what they're then going to explain the calculation for, and it's why it's needed. It's
what calculation? I think we're going off on different tangents. No pun intended.
Yeah.
I think I can answer it. You can only portray a line of sight orthographically.
That's profound. Is it axial line that comes shooting out of the pupil that you're taking a picture of? Like, boom, there's the line.
Nope.
No, it's an alignment.
Alignment. Look at that.
In the device, isn't it? To give you the reading.
Adam.
Give the reading of what? Go ahead, Ken. I feel you're wanting to get in here.
Yeah, thank you. Adam, once the corrections have been made, what is it that we minus from?
Well, minus from 90.
Oh, okay. So from an obtuse angle, you must make a dip correction so that you can bring your eyeball to the level of the sea with the horizon so that you can have your 90 to minus from the elevation angle you just took. Thank you very much, Adam.
Dip correction. I want to see dip correction in a celestial navigation context defined. Citation. I think we've done
it many times. Height of eye correction above sea level.
Height of eye correction. That's different. I said dip correction. Dip. Those words in celestial navigation context. Citation, please. We've gone over this before. I've done this as an example in a past show.
Well, I put up from the free dictionary a few slides back, height of eye correction, a correction applied to sextant altitude to compensate for the dip of the horizon, also known as dip correction.
No, that's incorrect. Where'd you get that from? Has nothing whatsoever to do with any fucking horizon. Height of eye correction. I want to see that correction. I want to see the calculations. I want to see where the horizon is in that calculation.
Well, it's to the sea level. That's where it's at.
I want to see the actual, I want to see the calculations. Is that unreasonable? Not to you. This is almost rhetorical. I want to see the calculations, dip angle. Because you said height of eye. The first thing that came out was height of eye, right?
Celestial navigation says height of eye.
Height of eye. Yep. That's what we're talking about.
Isn't dip correction just a correction to horizontal using the horizon as a reference point?
You aim your mirror at the horizon, you bring the sun or whatever star and do your little waggle to get perpendicular. And then you say, where did I take this from? Before you even left port, you know the different stations on your yacht or sailboat, you're going to be doing your sextant navigational sightings. And you say, from this point, I'm 10 feet above sea level because I measured it when I was in port where the water was calm and I knew exactly how high my eye would be above sea level. So it's a correction to get it to a true 90, and you're using the sea level to do it.
Yeah, but aren't you pointing the sextant at the horizon? Wouldn't that mean that height of eye correction, that the horizon is at the same level as your height above subtracted? Wouldn't that mean that?
Well, it's a depression angle created by looking down at the horizon, and the correction is to get it to sea level so that you don't have that depression angle. So the reference point is a flat plane.
Well, that exactly. That would mean that the horizon is at the same level as your feet would be if you were standing on the water.
Or your eyes would be if you put it to the water, yes.
Yeah, right, with the rubber ducky thing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, that's a problem. Because
sure
there's 8 inches of mile squared drop, isn't there?
There's supposed to be, yeah.
That's a contradiction.
That's why that picture of the triangle and the boat on the dingleberry is precious.
Yep. Whatever direction they go with this, there's a jackhammer and a flamethrower awaiting. So, Hoymar, Mr. Numpty Dipshit, bring your dip angle in here.
See you around. What's the score with this?
He's got 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
It's kind of amazing, though, how, like, the black swan isn't... I'm not trying to take anything away from that argument, but it's almost not even necessary anymore. When you're in the context of this fact that we're dealing with.
It may not be necessary, but it's definitely sufficient.
I'm not trying to take anything away from it. I'm just saying that, like, they can't even get to a geometric horizon with this argument.
They don't even know what the argument is.
Yeah, well, I don't think they knew I don't think they understand the black swan either. So there's no way they're going to understand this.
It seems like refraction is a double-edged sword to them.
Everyone's searching for puns in your last statement.
I see.
You were saying about, I want to see a calculation for height of eye correction. What's it? There are some. And what's interesting is they're different. They have a different variable in there. Someone's 1.2, 1.36, all sorts of things, which is interesting. Because if it was related to any form of geometry, then you would expect a bit like with the
Absolute.
Black Swan, for the number to be related to the geometry, not.
It would be absolute. There would be no question. There wouldn't be 2 or 3 equations. There would be only one.
No, they're wrong.
There can be only one.
Well, unless, because in some of the dip correction, they include within the height of eye celestial refraction.
What?
At the lower levels.
What?
That's
There's
what
refraction?
That's
Wait
what
a
they
second.
say.
There's refraction from your point on the boat down to the water? Who wrote that? Craig?
No, I'm just reporting on what it said, that the refraction indexes are included in the height of eye dip correction.
Refractive index, really? Define refractive index.
I'm just reporting.
I'm just summarily deconstructing, Your Honor.
So I'm saying to Adam, maybe that's the difference, is where one they do, one
All
they
right,
don't.
maybe. Go ahead, talk to Adam. I'll be back in a minute.
I think the refractive index, though, I'm not sure how they combine that in unless, because surely the refractive index has a correlation value to the angle. So the higher the angle, the lower the refractive consideration. And in most cases, you don't even consider it unless you're dealing with stuff in the not advised range, 20 degrees or less.
Yeah.
You don't
That's
need
what I'm talking.
to adjust, do you? Yeah.
No, that's what I'm talking about because it's minimal, if non-existent, in where you're supposed to be doing it.
Well, is the refraction they're talking about with celestial refraction a refraction to place the stars that are below or just above 15 degrees above the horizon back into position of the celestial sphere model so that you can utilize the arc angle measurement?
Yeah.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. It
And
has to do with temperature, it says.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're corrections, not based in maths, but based on observations and the conditions. So they'll say, "Oh, yeah, if it's a really humid day, the humidity is this, then your stuff can be out by this much," and so on.
Exactly.
Like I say, it's not an exact. It's not a calculation as such. It's just a consideration based on experience. It's not.
Yeah, it's about the water temperature meeting the air temperature and other factors, and it's at the lower 10, 15, 20 level.
Wouldn't this be one of the points of the celestial sphere model isn't perfect? That's the reason the corrections have to be done.
No, the model's correct, but unfortunately, your eyes and the air plays a role, which can mean the measurement you get is slightly incorrect. And those slight. This is why they're saying stay away from that thick atmosphere, where you're going to look in through so much humidity. Don't look through that much water. It's going to make your result incorrect. But frankly, anything above, you don't even need to adjust for it. It's fine then. It's accurate enough. But the model stays don't really use these readings unless you have to. There's plenty of stars, isn't there? So
yeah, it's not even necessary. They even have a maximum 34 minutes of correction mathematically acquired. You can't go past the 34 minutes. That's the worst it could get, they say. That's all mathematical.
But no, I wouldn't say it's a fault in the model, John. I'd say it's a fault in the data gathering, a recognized error in the data gathering.
It's in my mind, I'm seeing the deck and where the bricks are being piled on. And it's hard to resolve that one brick when it's really way out there.
But hold on a second. The data gathering, right? You build a celestial sphere model off the data gathering. But if those stars don't comport with that, how do you know that it's just not the model that's wrong?
Because they're only out of alignment below 20. They don't, and then they come back into alignment. And they're not always out of alignment by the same stuff. So on a really humid day, they're more out.
Well, they're not out of alignment because you still need to have a 90. So what's it predicated on? A flat baseline.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm of course, but the idea that the stars are refracted into a different position from the angle that you're measuring to. How do you know that? Is what I'm saying.
The model states don't use them.
Right, are we giving up on Hoymar or what?
I'm losing patience. I gotta go to work. Is this guy coming?
Is he there, QE?
Not even in the chat. He's not even saying anything in chat.
Just poor form, you see. None of them have got any manners. Poor form. People wait around.
Disruption to any low level they can figure out, you know? Just false promises and keep us hanging. That's all they got left.
To be called out by QE is an honor. He should be humbled to accept.
Where's he at? Oh no, a Glober didn't fucking back up with his words? Shocking. Let me text him. He's holding Nathan here. By the way, that's a little trick, guys. If you want the show to go out for a little bit longer, you tell Nathan that something's going to happen.
Hey, don't say that. I won't trust you next time.
Well, I thought he gambled at 20 minutes as a low ball because I was thinking, he'll be here in 4 hours was probably too much. But I thought 20 minutes to drag the show out was a bit low. So it did sound genuine.
Well, I think that 20 minutes was probably enough time for him to realize he was in way over his head. And he ran.
He's just waiting for the show to end so he can come back and claim victory after everyone's left. Putting a disclaimer on that, I don't know that for sure. I'm just making it up.
He should be in momentarily. I'm reasoning with him now. I said, at NASA Shield Department Apprentice, with a bunch of exclamation points. Get your numpty dumbass in here. 5,000 exclamation points. And honor your word.
Nah, he's gonna chicken out, QE. I know it. He's already in that place where he couldn't handle it, and he's just unable to cope with the fact that he couldn't handle it. Right? So he's in full denial doublespeak mode. He's not gonna come on.
I'm taking time out of my day. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 packages sitting on the kitchen table from my orders that I want to get to. Right? I'm taking my time out of my day to sit here. My wife's saying, can I open them? Can I open them? No, you can't. So I could be here for this numpty dipshit.
Okay, Nathan,
You better get in here.
Nathan, go to the last slide on Master V for correction for table of refraction Q asked for.
Okie dokie.
That Nathan's not liking this much.
I'm trying, QE. I'm trying.
I can't see it. I'm in Discord, so it's not going to help me.
Okay, well, it's a Master V. Correction table for refraction. Pressure.
Refraction? We got a problem right there, man.
Hang on.
Give over. Let him go. Come on. Play fair.
This is from them. I'm just reporting. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay, so
I'm
pressure.
Go on, 10th. Let's just get control. You're never going to get it through otherwise.
Pressure and then temperature. Funny, I don't see Earth curve. Nope, it's not
Was
there.
that
I
the
can't
end of
see
the
Earth curve.
presentation? Sorry, I left enough lull time. Is that the end of the presentation?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's no Earth curve in refraction in celestial navigation. It's just pressure and temperature.
There you go. Nathan, oh, Jesus. Nathan, NASA Shield Department is here.
Oh, well, what do you know? Why did we want him here again?
He was going to explain dip correction in a celestial navigation context. Floor is yours.
Go ahead, Hoymar.
Sure, I didn't say I was going to explain it. I mean, I can do it, but I hope that talking about celestial navigation basics should be, we should all know the basics, shouldn't we?
Yes, we should. And you claim dip correction. Sir, that's the reason why I said get in here, is because you claim dip correction, and I wanted you to explain it. I even said that in my message. I said, please come in VC and explain dip correction. Now you come in and say, well, I don't know why I should explain dip correction. Really?
Okay, well, I mean, I can do it. Right, so
Please.
dip correction in celestial navigation.
Yep.
So when you're taking a site with a sextant, an altitude angle, you're sighting the horizon and your celestial body. Now, what happens is that you're not actually, when sighting the horizon, you're not actually aligned to your true horizon, but only to the visible horizon.
Wait, stop! Stop! We have two horizons?
We've only got one horizon.
Well, the visible horizon is what we see, and the true horizon is your astronomical horizon, the one that's perpendicular to your vertical, to your zenith. Right?
Excuse me, do you have a citation, or are you making this up? You have a citation?
I can give you a citation, sure.
Yeah,
That's
please
how,
do, because I think
every single...
you're making. Yeah, let me finish.
Oh, you think I'm making this up? Well, no, I can provide a citation.
No, I want to see a citation, because either you're conflating between the bubble sextant and the sensible horizon using a bubble to get horizontal, or you're making stuff up. So I want to see your citation, because I see conflation here.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, not just yet. We want to see the citation that shows two horizons. In reality. Now, not in imaginary land. We want to see two horizons. You can show us. Get a picture.
All right. Well, wait. I didn't claim we see two horizons. I said.
Well, that's what. Define horizon.
The usual definition is the apparent line where the sky meets the ground.
Do you usually see that?
Yes, that's the visible horizon.
Yeah, no, visible horizon's redundant. Horizon is always visible, or else it wouldn't be a horizon.
So what's the astronomical horizon according to you then?
Well, according to me, I don't know. I didn't make up the fucking term. You just did. You tell us.
Well, the thing is that every single...
You don't point the horizon mirror at the astronomical horizon.
No, yeah, exactly. You don't.
Okay, so what do you point at?
That's why you need to. That's why there is dip correction in the in the first place. Why would you need to correct for a dip? If you're citing
sorry, guys, just stop a
horizon
second.
anyway.
You're saying we've got to correct from what? What are we correcting from?
We're correcting from the visible horizon. So that's the observed. I know that's the apparent altitude angle, which is not the actual observed altitude angle.
But the visible horizon, according to you guys, is refracted. How's it going to have an angle acquisition if it's got a bent line to it?
True, it's refracted. Yeah, that's part of the dip
My
correction
question,
formula.
I'll repeat. I didn't need an affirmation of what you've said. I need you to explain how you're going to acquire an angle from something that's got a bent line. You can't have an angle come from a bent line. So what is it you're correcting from again? You were just wrong in what you claimed you were correcting from as a globe believer.
Well,
you just don't understand what you're correcting from.
Well, Nathan, the angle exists between the point on the horizon and the celestial body.
Right.
So that's
your visible horizon is something that won't give you an angle, will it? And it won't be something that you globers are claiming to correct from. You're just wrong in that assertion from the globe side.
I'm afraid that's a straw man, because all we're doing is sighting the horizon. As long as we agree we can see it, then that's fine.
Yeah, but you're claiming that your globe horizon has a bent line to it. Third time. How are you going to get an angle from something... My bad. Third time's a charm, Hoymar. You're not going to get an angle if you've got a curved line to that point you're seeing. Do you understand what an angle is? Two straight lines. You're saying, yeah, that's right. Bent line to the horizon. Okay, that's not going to give you an angle. Third time.
You're saying because of refraction, we can't
No,
take
I'm
a
saying a
side of the
bent
line
line.
through?
No, I didn't. Those words didn't cross my lips. Fourth time. A bent line, as you've just said you've got to your horizon on a globe, isn't conducive with two straight lines. It's the fourth time I've said it.
Yes, light doesn't travel in a straight line. I totally agree. That complicates matters, but we can deal with that. That's why we
Well, it
account for
does.
refraction in the process.
Light does travel in straight lines.
You can deal with
It
that,
is.
really?
Yeah, we are actually. That's why we correct for refraction in celestial navigation.
Do lasers bend?
Generally, or in a medium, or
Sorry,
can
what
you
does this have
specify?
to do with my question?
At all.
I asked 4 times.
At all.
Sorry, you were talking
At
about.
all? They
Sorry,
can
hello,
bend.
hello.
Yes,
I asked my
they can
question 4
bend.
times. I didn't get an answer.
Yes.
You've described something that has a bent line to it. That's your description, your claim. Couldn't care less whether it's true or not. You've claimed it, and I've pointed out that at this point in the discussion, you're talking about acquisitions of angles from something with bent lines to them. Now that's the 5th time.
That's correct, actually. I mean, what we're seeing is the light that's traveling to us. The path that it takes doesn't matter for seeing it. So we're just citing what
Sorry,
we're
hello,
seeing.
stop.
But the
Sorry,
fact that
stop,
we
stop. Telling me that it doesn't matter, right? No, an angle is just a very specific thing. Now, I don't care, it doesn't matter, doesn't fly when you're describing 2 straight lines and simultaneously describing your horizon with a bent line. Now, it doesn't matter is not going to fly either when it's a specific thing. Straight lines make angles. You've got a bent one. You still haven't addressed it, even though I've pointed that out 6 times. It doesn't matter is not going to fly either. It just doesn't work, Hoymar.
I said it doesn't matter for seeing it.
Can't get an
for
angle from a
seeing it.
curve.
We're still just looking at a point, and we know that refraction will shift that point from its actual position to an apparent position.
What
And
are
that
you
won't give
assuming
you
when
an,
you're
yeah, so
looking at that
7
point?
times.
How
So,
does it do that?
Guys, hello. So that's the 7th time. That's fascinating. I understand what you've stated. Whether I accept it won't even go into discussion, but what you're describing is refracted. That's deviated from straight and an angle's 2 straight lines. So you've got a problem. That's 7 times I've pointed out your problem. Now you're saying, well, the point I'm using from angle correction is moving from its original position because of refraction. Yeah, that's fascinating. It just isn't conducive with an angle.
So
7
you're
times.
saying, yeah, well, again, I repeat, what you're stating here basically says that due to refraction, we can't cite a point, we can't have any angles because objects are shifted from their true position to an apparent position due to refraction. That is what you're saying, Nathan.
No, that's what
And that's just
you're
what the
saying.
model
Guys in
says.
G+, please, can you be quiet? No, you've described how light, according to you, will be shifted with refraction. That's what you've detailed. I've pointed out that that isn't conducive with 2 straight lines 8 times. And you're telling me that I'm saying that somehow refraction... No, you have said that. I've pointed out the problem that 2 straight lines is still just 2 straight lines. An angle is just 2 straight lines. Repeating for the 5th time that you've got a bent one doesn't help you with the problem I've now pointed out to you 8 times. That, oh right, that's fascinating how yours is refracted. Do you want to tell me again it's a line that's deviated from straight? Do you want to repeat that again, Hoymar?
No.
I understood the first time you said it. The first time I pointed out the problem I've now repeated 7 further times, which is regardless of how many times you go through how your line is deviated from straight, an angle will still be 2 straight lines. You saying it won't matter won't change the meaning of angle, and you haven't got one and can't get one. So go on, tell me how it's refracted again, and how that means I'm saying something about how it can't give you an angle. No, a deviated from straight line isn't a straight line, and 2 straight lines give you an angle. You're telling us how you correct for an angle. No, you're not, because your line isn't straight. That's 9 times, Hoymar. 9 times.
So if you want me to repeat for a 3rd time, I said it doesn't matter for seeing a point if it is refracted or not. As long as we're seeing 2 points, we can construct an angle between them from our position, regardless of refraction.
I see. So is the horizon a point that is conducive with a straight line to it? That would be non-refracted geometric. Or is it refracted, as you've just gone on to justify 5 times, that it most definitely isn't a straight line to give you an angle? Which one? You're saying it doesn't matter? If it's a point that you've got a straight line to, it's a geometric horizon. And you've just gone to great lengths to explain how it definitely isn't a geometric horizon, it's a refracted one. But in order to do this correction, where I said you were wrong and didn't understand your own globe claim, a straight line to a tangent point horizon would be a geometric horizon that you incorrectly identified earlier. Nate, you're going to chant through me, Hoymar. You're going to chant through me. You're going to fundy mute me.
Well, sorry.
It's the first time I'm going to attempt to tell you to shut up while I point out that earlier I corrected you and said, no, that's not the horizon you'll be correcting from. You ignored me then. Now I'm pointing out that if it's got a straight line to it, that would be a tangent point geometric horizon. One you have made, I'll try and repeat it again, hopefully without the fundy muting this time. You've told us 5 times, corrected me 5 times about the fact it is deviated from straight, the horizon you see on your globe that you claim, not me. Yeah, that's just not conducive with a correction from a geometric horizon. That's a straight line to it, the one that would give you an angle to correct with. Do you understand now? That's 10 times. Hoymar.
I get your point about how refraction shifts objects from their geometric.
That's your point. That's not my point.
Position.
No, that's the thing you've clarified to me 5 times, not my point.
Well, yeah.
Is it?
You brought it up.
You seem to be ignoring me. I'm pointing out that you claiming it's a bent line isn't conducive with the acquisition of an angle. That's 2 straight lines. Your response is that you're claiming that refraction, blah, blah, blah. I'm not claiming that, Hoymar. You are, and it's your problem, not mine. Do you understand? Your problem with not getting an angle from a bent line, because that's not what an angle is. Do you understand now? I've repeated it to you 11 times. What you're going to mute me, you're going to chant through me, what your problem is with your inability to correct from a straight line. That would be an angle when your horizon is a bent line. You can tell me it don't matter again? Or just accept that when you identified the horizon you'll be correcting from in your globe model, you misunderstood which horizon you'd be correcting from and are now telling me it doesn't matter, when matter of fact you were wrong about your own claim you didn't understand, and in fact you'd be correcting from a geometric horizon if you had a straight line angle correction being done from it. You just told me that it was refracted 5 times. When you were wrong and I pointed out you were wrong, you didn't accept it. And now we're down to the brass tacks of how's the geometric horizon going to be working out for you when you've told me 5 times that we don't see it. But yet we need it, or you will be needing it, for your claim to be correction for an angle. That's 2 straight lines. One of them will be to a geometric horizon you've made explicitly clear 5 times we don't see, Hoymar. So we're still at the same problem, where you can't be fundy mute for the 12th repetition of the problem you face. Not me, you. You face a problem where you've got a bent line that you're now telling us you've got to make a fundy muted chanting straight through the demolition and annihilation of your problem that you seem to want to project onto me like it's mine.
You're just descalloping, Nathan.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah, this is the 12th rendition of your problem, Hoymar. Yeah, this is indeed the 12th time I have repeated your problem that you've attempted to project onto me. I've now clarified it. Your problem. And your incorrect identifying of a refracted horizon, that it doesn't matter if you correct it when the correction's from an angle, that's a straight line, and the correction would be on your globe model to a geometric horizon, something that you've made explicitly clear we don't see. So we're still left with the original problem. That's no, you won't be acquiring any corrections from any geometric horizons. Hey, Rufy, you listening to how Hoymar's getting roasted and toasted by me? He just tried to re-identify the horizon the correction came from to the geometric, non-tangible horizon, and then fundy muted the conclusion. Yeah, maybe he needed a fair moderator, Ruhif, for the 12th rendition of the problem he hasn't overcome. When he says he's going to be correcting from the refracted horizon, that's a bent line, though, isn't it? Yeah, no, he's going to be correcting from the geometric horizon we don't see. That's the problem that you face, Ruhif. Same problem. Maybe he needs a fair moderator. Maybe that's what he needs, Ruhif. Yeah, no, what he needs is my sweaty bollocks slapped around his face like I'm slapping them around you in the third person as you listen to this, Ruhif. How's that geometric horizon you'll need to correct that straight line angle from, Roofy? Same problem Hoymar's got. He's just tried to reintroduce the geometric non-correctable, non-angle-based horizon to correct from and said it didn't matter. It didn't work.
I did not do
It
that.
didn't work, and neither did his chanting. The little bitch still got teabagged. Just like you would, Roofy. I'm not even talking to Hoymar now. I'm talking through him to a third-party member of the audience that isn't here, because he's insignificant to me now. Just some chanting wanker who's been defeated in his stupidity and incorrect assertion about two horizons. Yeah, now he's just descended to chanting wanker. Not even talking to you, Hoymar. Your usefulness in defeat isn't required. Your chanting isn't required either. You lost. Yeah, you won't be making geometric angle corrections for dip to refracted bent line horizons. You utter moron. What's happened here is you've just had your ass handed to you by me. That's what's happened, Hoymar. I don't need you to chant upon defeat. So shut the fuck up and get lost, you stupid, ignorant moron who doesn't understand which horizon you're correcting from. Dumb fuck. You understand now, do you, Dumbo, that you'd be correcting a straight line to a geometric horizon that you've told us you can't see? Yeah, that's going to be a problem. If you can't see it, you won't be correcting from it, will you, Dumbo?
I said none of this, Nathan. I mean, if you keep misrepresenting me.
If I keep stuttering like a bitch that's just had his ass handed to him, I will be pointing out that you need to correct a straight line from an angle that's to a geometric horizon, while you tell me it's refracted. Well, that won't give you an angle correction to do, you dumb shit. What you incorrectly identified as the horizon you'll be doing this correction from on a globe would and is based on the geometry. That's the correction. You just identified the wrong horizon that we don't see, Dumbo. And when I told you that, you ignored me. Now you're going to stutter your way like a bitch who's had his ass handed to him.
If you
Shut up, you stuttering bitch. You've just had your ass handed to you. Now have some humility and sit down and shut up while I talk to someone who isn't you. Yeah? This wasn't a circumstance that was unfair moderation. It was your annihilation. And then after the fact, when you'd been defeated and you decided that you were going to continue chanting your stupid shit that was wrong through me, I was addressing someone else. That would be Ruhif, another Dumbo that's got this exact same problem, although he appreciates the correction comes from the geometric horizon, the only one that's got a straight line to give you an angle to correct from. You just didn't understand that, Hoymar, you dumb shit. Now sit down and shut up. Good dog. So, Roofy, yeah, that didn't need a fair moderator. It needed a geometric horizon to correct from. So how's that geometric horizon working out for you, Ruhif? Yeah, good.
Yeah, see, his argument is that it's refracted horizon, which means by definition the horizon is a mirage, which is impossible because a mirage is two different images or more that are distorted. And the horizon is not distorted, so therefore there cannot be a refracted horizon. Game over. You beat.
Well, refraction can't officially even displace the horizon. It can only displace objects that are visible in relation to the horizon, right? So
exactly,
that's
mirage,
already
right?
an integral, fundamental optics-based argument.
I never said horizon is a mirage. Please don't misrepresent me. As Nathan did, by the way. Nathan, you were just fighting a straw man and wouldn't let me respond. That's
You
not a discussion.
misrepresented yourself without any help. You misrepresented yourself. I'm still looking for that citation.
He's talking about
of
dip
yours.
correction, right? You're talking about corrections in regards to an angle, are you not? Silence.
I am.
Yeah, summarising your annihilation. Yeah, you're talking about a correction from a geometric horizon then, because that's the only thing in your model that's got a straight line to it.
No, I don't.
Sorry, that's the only... You're going to chant through me? Is this me strawmanning you as you chant through me repeating the annihilation that came 12 times? Yeah, if you're going to be correcting something that's angular based, that's two straight lines. Well, you going through the fact that your horizon is refracted means that you're not going to be correcting anything that's to do with an angle, because the line to it has fact. This is the definition of refraction. It's deviated from straight, but therefore not at an angle that you'll be correcting. This isn't a dip angle correction if you're using it for the horizon to be corrected from, because that makes the horizon not useful for angle correction. That's a fact. So that's not strawmanning you. You told me 5 times your horizon's refracted. So it's not going to give you dip angle correction.
Why not?
Because it's a... Are you dumb? It's a bent line.
No,
it's
no,
not
I want you
straight.
to
It's
explain
not
your
conducive with an
strawmanning
angle.
to
I
me.
told you 12 times. You dumb shit. Silence. So what? Not strawmanning you? Where's the quick? No, actually, it's a strawman because this, that, and the other. No. Just yeah. You got annihilated, Hoymar. Then I started talking to Ruhif, because Ruhif's got the same problem. The only difference between you and Ruhif is he didn't make the stupid mistake of asking why I can't make an angle, that's 2 straight lines, correction from a bent, deviated from straight line to a refracted horizon, because it's not got a straight line to it. You stupid idiot. Maybe you want to tell me I'm strawmanning you again so I can rip your ass through your throat again. Stupid idiot.
All we need is to see 2 positions, regardless of refraction. I'm not sure where the contention with this is.
Refraction. Define refraction. Define refraction, given that you're going to be correcting for a dip angle, right? Dip angle correction. So what's refraction mean? Does it support angle correction? That refraction, deviated from straight, not in any way going to give you an angle, a bent line. Why don't you understand that that's not going to be used for a dip angle correction, you dumb shit? You don't understand that? What are you, retarded? It's not a straight line. It's got nothing to do with angles or corrections from them. Do you need me explaining it again, Hoymar, you dumb shit? It's a bent line if it's refracted. That means when you talk about angle correction, it's got nothing to do with angles because that's straight lines. I explained that to you 13 times.
Actually, we need 3 points for an angle, and we have.
And will a
points.
refracted line have multiple points, or is it a straight line in a refracted line?
And Nathan, let me respond, please. So we need 3 points. One is the observer, the other is the horizon, refracted or not, and the third one is the celestial body.
Sorry,
Also,
refracted or not? Refracted or not? If it's refracted, it's not a straight line. Why do you keep saying refracted or not? When fundamentally, that's the point that you're not overcoming. Refracted or no. Stop. Hoymar.
It still exists.
Hoymar, you seem to be chanting through the objection. You've said refracted or not. No, an angle's 2 straight lines, very factually specific. That's what it is. When you say no, correction from an angle, refracted or not. No, if it's refracted, it won't be an angle. You dumb shit. So I'll say it once more, slower, while you process it. Your statement moments earlier that you need 3 points, refracted or not, that means no, one of the lines will be bent. So that's not an angle, Hoymar. So not refracted or not, no, has to be straight to call it an angle. And if you're going to be doing an angular correction, then it won't be using...
That's a false dichotomy.
You're chanting through me, mate. That's reasonable behaviour for me pointing out to a stupid idiot that doesn't understand that an angle isn't a bent line. Yeah, your horizon has that, though, and you're saying refracted or not. You're going to chant through me. Because 14 times of explaining that, no, if it's got a bent line to it, it's not an angle. You think 14 attempts means you need to talk through the top of me explaining that to you. When you're asking me, literally, this is a response to you saying, why not? And then going on after I've explained it 13 times to say, refracted or not, I've got 3 points. No. 2 points would be shortest distance between them, straight line. That's what you need for it to be an angle. If it's a curved line, it's not the shortest distance between 2 points. It's not a straight line. So it won't be an angle. So not refracted or not, you stupid idiot. Now that is 15 times I've explained to you, you stupid boy, you retard, you dumb fuck, you clown shoes, you moron, that if one of the lines is bent, as you went out of your way to explain that it is, It don't work for correcting for an angle. The whole point in you being here is to talk about dip angle correction. You stupid retard. Now, do you need it 16 more times, you dumb motherfucker? Do you need it 16 more times, you dumb motherfucker? If it's bent, it's not giving you an angle correction. You fucking retard. Do you need it 16 more times, Hoymar?
I don't need your
So shut up, sit down, stop bleating about how you didn't get chance. Or maybe that moderation wasn't fair. Or a straw man, you dumb fuck ass that didn't understand that bent lines won't give you angle corrections, you dumb fuck. So sit down and shut up, you fucking retard. You're getting schooled by flat earthers because you don't know that fucking bent lines don't give you angle corrections. You dumb fuck retard. Do you understand that, you dumb fuck retard? Do you understand that, Hoymar, you dumb fuck retard? I've had to explain it to you 16 fucking times.
No, you presented your false dilemma 16 times, yeah.
What?
Cool.
False dilemma that a bent line
Yeah.
and a straight line aren't conducive with angles. Yet one won't give you an angle, that's a bent line. The other will, it's a straight line. You've gone out of your way to tell us how their line to the horizon's bent, refracted, deviated from straight. Yeah, that's 17 times, you fucking retard.
Nathan,
It's not
calm
a
down,
false
please. So
dilemma, it's a
the
true
path-
dilemma.
No, the path of the light doesn't matter for measuring an angle.
It
as
has
long
to be
as you have
straight, you
to
dumb
see
fucking
it.
retard. For it to be called an angle, it's two fucking straight lines. 18 times.
That doesn't matter.
Oh,
You
does
can-
it not?
As long as you see the
Yeah, it does,
place,
because if it's
you can
bent, it
measure
ain't
a
making an
fucking
angle, you fucking retard.
Well, I
Look
think
up
I'm
angle.
done.
You stutter
I think
for
I'm
me,
done. I'm
retard.
getting nowhere with
Stutter
it.
for me,
Sorry.
retard. Yeah, you are a fucking retard. Because you are telling me it doesn't matter if one of the lines for an angle is bent. Yeah, it fucking does. You're a retard. Do you need it 19? That's 19 times, retard. How many more, retard? How many more? I'm asking you a question. It's not rhetorical. How many more times do you need to be told that it does matter if an angle has a bent line because it then is not an angle? That's 20 times, you globe-believing retard. Hoymar, how many more times? More than 25? More than 30, you retard. Bent lines don't make angles, retard. Need it another 21 times, retard. Are you listening, retard? Maybe it's a straw man, retard. Maybe it's a false dilemma, retard. Is it a false dichotomy, retard? No, it's not. It's just bent lines don't make angles, retard. 22 times I've had to tell you, retard. Do you understand now, retard? The bent line won't give you an angle, retard. Are you a retard?
You're very
Definitely.
angry.
Do
For
angles
being
need
so
straight
right,
lines?
You're very
Definitely.
angry and very concerned with my person. I'm not sure if you think that ad hominems make good
Not an ad
arguments.
hominem. You are factually
Oh,
retarded. Retarded
okay.
means defined as held back. And I am saying mentally, someone who doesn't understand after 22 repetitions that a bent line won't give you an angle is mentally held back. I am correct and accurate in my description. It's not an ad hominem. You haven't offered an argument. You've claimed that my argument is a false dilemma and my argument is a straw man. But that's not offering an argument for me to refute. It's throwing out
Even
spurious
Euclid.
claims of logical fallacies that you haven't backed up. And then chanted through me as I explained that you're not offering an argument for me to use an ad hominem. What I am doing is describing a retard. Because someone who requires an explanation that a bent line won't give you an angle is a retard. Held back, and I'm
even
talking
Euclid.
mentally. You,
Nathan,
the one
hold on,
interrupting,
hold on.
the
You're
one that's
slow,
had 22
buddy.
times
You're
repeating it to
slow.
you, that's you, Hoymar. You are a retard. Not an ad hom, a fact. Retard, you. Held back,
Even Euclid
you.
knew curvilinear
I heard him
angles
say line of
existed.
sight,
Euclid
Nathan.
knew more than you. How is that possible?
Sorry, what are you babbling about? Why are you still here? You didn't prove dip correction with a geometrically non-refracted horizon. The same problem that Roofy's got. How's that geometric horizon working out for you, Roofy? Would it work if you came and told us that you can get an angle correction from a bent line, Roofy? Maybe it would work for you like it worked for Hoymar. Maybe my condescending tone to a member of the public that's not even here is worthy of my error. Maybe it's a straw man, Hoymar. No, you're just a retard. Okay, Hoimer? Just go in peace. No, you're a retard. Okay?
You're slow, buddy.
Yeah, held back mentally. Accurately used of the word retard.
I heard him say line of sight. He's pulling a freaking, what do you call it? What's his face? A Kumu virus.
Bars. Yep.
I'm just curious why he thinks it's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I wanted to hear 2 choices too. And then explain the 3rd choice. He's a knucklehead, man. He doesn't know what refraction is. Number one, he doesn't know what dip angle. There is no dip angle in fucking celestial navigation.
Yeah, they bastardized height of eye correction and they call it dip angle. I'll accept them on what they mean it to be. I know what he means.
Yeah, got. Yeah, I'm a stickler with words.
Yeah, if Brian was here, he'd have ripped him a new one on that point too. And you're right.
Yep.
I was more confused as to what his horizon was, because he said it wasn't geometric that was forming it, refracted or not. So what was forming this horizon that he's lining up to? Because if you're going to be on a
horizon
ball,
that he can't see.
Yeah.
No, Adam. He said the horizon that he can't see. So what? That's what he's doing. He thinks the correction is to justify the horizon that he can't see.
Yeah, but the
I'm
horizon
telling
he
you that.
couldn't see was his geometric one, yeah, which was his disclaimer that the horizon he was lining up to wasn't the geometric horizon. So I'm just wondering what in his world defined this horizon that it was lining up to for enable him to correct his angle to it. Because it has to have a see in our understanding, the early understanding, there's a clear mathematical relationship of what's going off, and there's a clear one in all the ball earthers with their dingleberry of what's going off when you dip to the horizon. Yeah. But what he appeared to be saying was, no, I've just got this point that just allows me to correct. I assumed to the geometry, he didn't go that far, but my point was, well, what is forming it? Because for you to be able to correct from something, you've got to understand what it's there. Now, say in a flat earth world, we've got an understanding, and with a dingleberry world, there's an understanding. But if his isn't formed by geometry, how was he using it to correct?
He needs the Adam. This is real simple. It's twisted. You have to relax and try to gather this in. He thinks dip angle correction that doesn't exist has to be calculated because I can't even. It's so fucking stupid. It's hard to put it into words.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. I'm trying.
I only summarised it. It's just replaced geometric horizon with refracted horizon. And then somebody from the Discord chat pointed out that the way they justify that is they just say line of sight, like Kumu virus did. That's it.
Yep. Back and forth.
That was it.
Yeah. He's trying to manifest.
That was me.
He's trying to manifest a non-visible horizon from a dip angle. That's it. From a dip angle correction. That's what he's doing. It's fucking batshit insane. Ask him. Somebody ask him. Come off mute. You are trying to manifest the non-visible horizon by making a dip angle correction. That's what you're doing. You're fucking insane.
Well, that's exactly how every single.
There it is! I told you, Nathan!
Wow.
Yeah, that's what do you think dip angle correction is for?
Burden of proof
Oh
reversal
my
fallacy.
God.
You're here to
Well, no,
justify
come on,
it.
tell me. You
It's
seem
not
to
our
know. So,
burden.
what
You're
is
here
dip
to
angle
justify
correction
it.
for in celestial navigation?
You're here to justify it. You're saying
We
it's a
already know
globe
what it's
correction,
for.
right?
It's height of eye above sea level. Why don't you know what it's for?
Sorry, if I got your point correctly, I'm not sure. Like, what was the premise? What did you accuse me of doing or whatever. Can you repeat that?
Could I just ask a question, just to try and understand your claim? So you're saying that the dip correction is to adjust from the visible horizon we see down to the geometric horizon?
No, I'm not.
Or you're adjusting from the horizon we see to a level horizontal?
Correct, yes.
So the horizon we see, how, and this was my question originally, how is its position defined for us to allow an adjustment to level from it? Is it from the geometry of a ball?
Well, yeah, so the horizon is, its position or its apparent position is defined by two things. One is the actual geometry of the ball, and the other is how optics work. So refraction, right? That's why it can shift.
No.
So no, give me a minute.
No.
Give me a minute. John, give me a minute, please. Just so we've got the geometry of the ball, we have a refraction we know, and we're going to then draw a straight line to this curved position. And from the geometry of the ball, we're going to assume an amount of refraction to back work it.
Hold on. What's
to
a curved
understand
position?
where the horizon would be to then adjust it to horizontal. Is that what the calculation is suggesting?
No, that's not what we were adjusting for. What we're not
Clarify
adjusting
the
for a
steps of your
would-be
calculation
position.
then. So we take
We're
the.
adjusting.
No, no, you're interjecting me. I hadn't finished. Okay.
Okay.
So you
Sorry,
said
go
no.
on.
Okay. So you said no. So we take the sextant and we go to the horizon. What is that position that I'm measuring to? What is its relevance as a reference point to me?
The relevance of the horizon?
It's not geometric that I'm lining up to, is it?
It has the one component of its position is the geometry of the surface we're looking at, and the other is the optics that are involved in light traveling from that geometric position to our eye. So these are the two things that make up
that's lovely.
the
What
visible
would the
horizon.
optics be for consideration of the light traveling? What formula would I apply for the optical movement of this position?
Terrestrial refraction. There are several formulas for that. One
The
of
7
them
over 6R, would
is a
that
lot
be?
more simple.
Could we agree on that?
Agree on what? Sorry?
7 over 6R, that seems to be the standard formula for terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, that's
we've got that
standard
positional movement of the physical geometric horizon, and so the dip correction isn't.
That's what the
all right,
logical
let me stop. Let me stop this for a second. NASA Shield Department, you're talking to Adam. He is quite deliberate and slow in his delivery, and he likes to think through his words. So if you would shut the fuck up and allow him to complete his thought, including hesitations, that would be nice. Thank you. Please, Adam.
So I'm just trying to understand your position. I'm not trying to straw man you. So every time you say it's wrong, I just want to get better clarity. So you're saying the dip correction is a correction to attain horizontal with the knowledge of the alignment being based on fundamentally geometric considerations, but how that will then move based on the 7 over 6R refraction. I'm going to use that definable point apparently to adjust to a horizontal. That's what dip correction is on a ball, yeah?
yeah.
That's cooking.
No, I totally agree. That was absolutely right.
Yeah, and we're laughing in your face.
I mean, you can laugh all you want, but
Yeah, we're
still-
laughing because what you're attempting to do is, like I said, how I formulated earlier, you're attempting to manifest a non-visible horizon from a dip angle correction.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Correct.
Nathan. Yeah.
I love it.
That's why I just took him through it.
QE,
That's exactly
you should
what
know
I did.
this. You've been talking about celestial navigation for, I don't know, months or years now. And do you actually know what dip correction is about?
I love it. Burden of proof reversal fallacy. So you're here to prove that it works from a sphere's surface when you used your bent line angle correction. That's nonsense 22 times. Yeah. Why are you asking him?
I mean, we can also use, obviously, an artificial horizon, which is done on airplanes, you know, when the horizon is so indistinct that it's better to use an artificial level, then you don't need to,
So you're proving flat Earth
adjust
then?
for it.
So you're proving flat Earth now? Yeah, level.
That doesn't make any
Can I just
assumptions about
take
the
that
surface
point?
shape.
You just told us it was level. That's what you just said. What doesn't make any assumptions? Why did you say level then?
Because level doesn't
Because
make any
he's using-
assumptions of the surface
Of being
shape,
level. Level doesn't make any assumptions of being level. Level could be surely sphere shaped when level. No, it does definitely make assumptions because it's a statement of what it is. Level.
I know that flat Earth
Yeah,
think
so
that
welcome to
level
flat Earth.
always means flat.
Yeah, level means
I
flat.
know
Yeah,
you see
welcome
that,
to flat Earth.
but that's just wrong. That's false.
You know that flat earthers think level is flat. Yeah, it's fucking flat. That's what the definition of level is, you numpty dipshit.
Yeah, meanwhile,
Well,
you
if
were
I look
coming
in
to
a
prove that
surveying
this...
book, it's
Okay,
totally
meanwhile,
not flat.
that your purpose in being
Like,
here was to prove
you
that
know-
dip correction was sphere-based. That was your purpose in being here. So who cares? This is all moot. Other than your failure, then why are you still here?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can get to that if we stop talking about refracted apparent positions for one, because that's not really relevant to the dip itself.
You don't even know what refraction is, for fuck's sake.
Let's get to dip correction first.
Yeah,
okay,
let's
then?
get to it. Let's get to what refraction is, son. Let's go down this trail. Define refraction for us.
Well, I mean, I can do that, but I don't like right now. I came here to talk
You
about.
claimed it. You define it. What is it?
No, I'm not going to.
I think
This is not what I came here to do.
We already did. I took him through those questions and I asked what the refraction was apparent in his viewpoint in terms of the adjustment of the geometric horizon to the apparent horizon that he's measuring to. And he's said, and we agreed on the rough formula of 7/6 R is the rate of bending of the refraction in his assumptions. That was clear. We went through that. You admitted to that, did you not?
Yeah, I did. I mean, we didn't like you and me. We didn't disagree what refraction is. So I'm unsure why QE suddenly wants that definition.
We wouldn't
for it.
disagree what refraction.
I didn't agree with you. I asked you to define what you termed refraction was in and how you were using it. Yeah.
Okay.
For its
And I said,
dislocation of the horizon.
yes, I said we're talking about
I
terrestrial
don't agree with that,
refraction.
but we were clear
Nobody
on our
disagreed.
understanding of what you meant.
I would like to know why he used artificial horizon. I would like to know why he addressed a bubble sextant or a Pan-Mercury. He must know with his tremendous study in celestial navigation that it does not require a dip correction because he already assumes horizontal level flat. So then why does the one at sea using the Earth's horizon require dip correction? Are you telling me one can work curved, one can work flat? Two ways of doing it? No. It's height of eye. No, I'm talking, and then you can answer. To dip or not to dip? You said at the beginning, astronomical horizon, which is synonymous to sensible horizon, which is a horizontal at your eye line as a reference point to your zenith, a 90. You don't need to do dip correction when you already assume a flat baseline. Why do you have to do dip correction only and only when you use the sea horizon? if it isn't to make sure it's a flat baseline giving you a 90. You're a double speaker.
I'm not. The sole reason
You
why
are.
we need to
Yes, you are.
Can
You've
I
been
at
caught
least
out
respond?
right
Okay,
now.
let him
You've been
respond.
caught
Okay,
out.
okay. Go on, Homer.
I mean, that was just an accusation, but let's
No, he
why
explained it. No, it wasn't just an accusation. He explained why you're double speaking. Do you want to have him do it again?
yeah, sure.
Well,
Tell
just
me
Go ahead,
why
posing the
explain it to him
question.
again.
Why do you not, Hoymar, take a dip correction with a bubble sextant or a pan of mercury? Why do you not do dip correction in that instance versus at sea? Go.
Because if you have an artificial horizon, then you already have a reference that is perpendicular to vertical. You already have that true astronomical horizon that you want, that's perpendicular to your zenith. And if you are not using an artificial horizon, but you're looking at a sea, like at the visible horizon, then that will not align with your eye level. It will dip below it. And the sole reason for that is that the surface is not flat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a dip.
No. The sole reason for that is because if on a sailboat, your eye line is 12 feet above the sea level, that creates a depression angle to the horizon, and you minus height of eye to sea level to get that horizontal to become a 90, like you're sensible, like your bubble. You lose again.
So you're telling me that I'm looking at eye level. My eye level is parallel to the supposed line. Where does the angle come into play?
I'm not
Which
telling you
points on my
anything.
sight?
Celestial navigation is telling you everything. That if you use a bubble sextant, your baseline is horizontal because of the bubble and creates a perpendicular with your zenith. And when you're at sea and you're using the Earth's horizon, and because your height above the sea is 11 or 12 feet, you must bring it down to sea level to have that same horizontal and the same perpendicular happen with your zenith. It's so obvious.
Not to me. Perhaps you can clarify.
It's celestial
for me.
navigation. I thought you were an expert on it. I thought you knew what dip was. It's height of eye above sea level.
I do. I definitely do. You're making
Well then
claims that I
all
didn't
you're doing,
find in any manual whatsoever. So I need
all
you
you're
to
doing with your double speak is double speak, because if height of eye must go down to sea level, you just match the bubble exactly. Parallel.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Due to the
Yeah,
dip
so
existing
flat
in the
Earth.
first place, we need
Flat
to
Earth
correct
then.
for it to get a
that's flat
true
Earth.
perpendicularity to zenith.
If sea level is the parallel, right? The parallel line is straight, isn't it? So therefore, what is sea level? Is that straight or is it curved? How can you have a parallel line to a curved line? Can't.
Well, I was assuming a flat Earth, like to respond to what
You have to assume a
whoever
flat Earth
was
is the
speaking
only way
said.
to obtain the
I
angle.
assumed a flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah, you have
Sorry,
to.
just 1 second.
So
just 1 second, Homer. Just repeat that one more time.
So I was responding to the scenario that whoever was talking to me was proposing of having a dip angle at sea on a flat plane. So I was responding to that, and I said, well, your eye level, like your horizontal plane, is parallel to the supposed water plane, right? And then somewhere you're placing a dip angle between those parallel planes. So I was wondering, how do you place an angle between those planes? Which point are you sighting on the water plane below you?
What the fuck?
What the? Listen, buddy, it's called a depression angle because the reference is the sea level, okay, horizontal to the horizon, all the way back to you, from the GP of the sun to you. And that depression angle is your height of eye above that reference plane. And so all it is getting your eyeballs on the ocean so it could match your astronomical one that you did with the bubble. It can't work two ways. It's got to all be the same.
sorry. I'm going to ask a question. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm asking a question to NASA Shill. NASA Shill, I'm going to ask you one question. Let's say I'm on a boat. We're both on a boat, and I want you to take an elevation angle with the sextant. And I throw a rubber ducky life preserver off of the boat into the water and throw you and the sextant in it, and you take a sextant elevation angle. My question is, do you now have to make a dip correction?
So I'm in the water. I'm trying to
Yep.
take a reading. Yeah, that's not gonna work technically. Like,
Why not?
can you describe the
Yes, it
reasonable
will.
Why
scenario?
not? Why not?
Yes, it
What?
will.
You're telling me you can't use a sextant on a dinghy? Lying down on a dinghy, it won't work. Yeah, it will.
Excuse me, I have a reference from Celestial Navigation that says if you're in the life raft and it's very low to the water, you don't need to take dip correction.
I've
I hope
got
that
one,
answers your
one
question.
quick question, if I
Stop,
could.
Adam. Hold on. QE's
that's
question
probably
still
pretty
stands.
accurate. Yeah.
QE's question still stands. Go ahead, Hoymar.
Okay, so yeah, I like the life raft scenario better. So yeah, I mean, you're very close to the water surface. So if there is a dip, which we know there is, it's going to be very tiny. We can calculate that using the dip formula. That's gonna
Why?
be
Why? He just cited that you don't need a dip correction from a dinghy.
yeah, because it becomes irrelevant.
Yeah.
It becomes a rounding error at that
Just-
height.
Yeah. So all it is height of eye. That's all it is. It's not conjuring a non-visible fucking horizon that doesn't exist into manifestation. You clown.
Do you hear
So
Hoymar, how
what am I correcting from? QE, you're saying
that was what I was going to tell you, Hoymar.
fighting-
Hoymar, that's what I was going to tell you. What you're correcting from was a non-visible horizon, the geometric horizon, the one you incorrectly identified, and I had to take 22 attempts in pointing out your error.
I didn't say that.
Because
No.
and then
I
you
didn't
rumpus
say
me
that
like
you're
you rumpus me now when I explained it 22 times.
No, you're just
You're
wrong.
talking
Sorry.
straight through me, Hoymar. Yeah, you are.
You're
I stayed
trolling me.
mostly
I'm not
silent.
gonna let you
I've
do that
remained
again.
mostly silent. Now you're rumpusing me. Yeah, I took 22 attempts. You asked, what are we correcting from? Didn't you, Hoymar? That's rhetorical. You did. Now I'm telling you, you dumb fuck. The geometric horizon, you dumb fuck. Not the refracted horizon, because you can't make angle corrections from a bent line. I took 22 attempts to explain that to you, and then described you accurately as retarded, mentally held back, for not understanding that bent lines, that would be a refracted horizon, won't give you an angle correction. That's two straight lines. So what are you correcting for? I'll answer you. You're correcting from a geometric horizon you cannot see. That's why QE just identified it correctly as a correction from a horizon you can't see. Do you understand now? It's the 23rd time. You didn't acknowledge it 22 times previously. Now I've explained it again with QE telling you that you're not going to correct from an horizon you can't see. That'd be the geometrical one you incorrectly argued for when saying you could get straight line angle corrections from a bent line horizon. Do you understand now after 23 attempts, Hoymar? I doubt it. We'll all take that as a no then. You don't understand.
Quick question, if I could.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh my. If we take a bubble sextant or mirror, which you seem familiar with, and we go up a mountain, and we take our angles there, and we have to imagine, don't we, that what the bubble is creating for us, and it's creating a lovely level, flat surface. We don't have to adjust on our altitude there. We've created a level surface. What is that level surface parallel to that we're going to apply all our calculations to?
Parallel with what he's asking you, Hoymar.
You're asking why the artificial horizon is parallel to what?
Yes.
Yeah. In the dip correction, we bring the eye down to the surface. But when we do it, when we create a flat surface up a mountain with a bubble sextant, what is the flat surface we're creating analogous to?
Analogous. Well, it's analogous to our true astronomical horizon. So
No, it's
perpendicular
analogous to
to
the
our sun.
surface, isn't it? That we're going to draw the triangles onto and plot and navigate on.
Well, no, I'm not gonna make assumptions about the surface just because I've established an artificial horizon.
So the
right.
height of
But
I
you
is
are,
to
you are.
bring.
Sorry, stop a
But
second,
I'm
Adam.
not doing that.
Sorry, Adam. His answer to you was, I'm not going to make assumptions. We covered this again in the 22 renditions, 23, Hoymar. Yeah, you might not be, but you've described what it is. You've said you're establishing level with an artificial horizon. That's a horizontal. So it doesn't matter that this goes against your sphere belief when you've already defined what it is and what it's used for. Yeah? Do you understand that now?
No, it doesn't make any assumptions about the surface. I'm not sure where you're getting this from.
It's utilizing the flat surface and you're drawing a parallel line out to that flat surface. That is what you are doing if you are performing this navigation function. That is what's done. It doesn't matter what you say doesn't matter or what you say it's not assuming, when ipso facto it is functionally flat. That's what it is doing.
Yeah, every plane you establish is going to be flat. That's a geometric fact.
So when we establish a flat plane and navigate on it, ipso facto, we are just factually navigating on a plane then.
We're actually not navigating on a plane at all.
So even though we've just established it, measured it, taken our measurements using it and from it, you're saying it doesn't mean we're assuming it. We've just measured it though, haven't we?
Can you give Nathan, can you give a citation of a single manual for celestial navigation stating that we are navigating on a flat plane or assuming a flat plane for the manual?
I can do one step further. So what we are acquiring to do this is an elevation angle. That's the measurement. Quote, the elevation angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as the, quote, solar elevation angle, end quote, close brackets, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Full stop, end quote, sustainable by design, altitude angle. There's my citation that makes it absolutely explicitly clear, because that's what you're doing as I just described and you just disagreed with me, that you are functionally performing this on a flat plane. That's what you are navigating if you are doing this. And it starts by measuring elevation angles that are in reference to the flat plane the observer's standing on, end quote. Do you have a citation that says the ground can be bent? Do you need me to repeat my question? Do you have a citation that says you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface, Hoymar? I've got 9 more that say the flat plane is required, Hoymar. Do you have one that says the ground can be curving, sphere-shaped, your ball belief? Do you have one, Hoymar? I'll take that as a no. So it's not that we have to make any assumptions. The function is flat. It's using the flat plane the observer's standing on, Hoymar. Not an assumption, just how it's functionally being performed. Do you want another citation? I got loads. They all say Earth's flat, and this is done flat. They don't describe assumptions, they describe performing a functionality that requires it to be flat, Hoymar. I've got loads more citations. Where's yours? Just silence so far. Dumbfounded silence about the flat Earth you're standing on.
I muted myself on accident. So, do I have citations? Well, yeah, I have tons of manuals that are all using a globe. They're using globe maths. They're using great surface distances.
Let's have one. Excellent.
And
Okay, stop. Let's have it.
angles.
Okay, great. Let's have it with quotes around it. A citation, please. Go. Excellent. You've got loads that say it's a globe, that you can have a curved baseline for an elevation angle. My specific question. Let's have a citation, please, that says you can have a curved line for a baseline to get an elevation angle. Off you go.
I said they assume a globe. and we
No.
take
Don't tell me
elevation
what they do.
angle.
Sorry, do you not understand what a citation is, Hoymar? When I put quotes around the citation you asked for, it was very specifically a citation. I told you where the source was,
I didn't.
and I
I
read it
didn't.
out verbatim.
No,
I read it out verbatim.
I never said
Don't
that I
tell
had
me
the
what.
quote.
Don't tell
A
me.
specific quote.
It seems unreasonable. I'm going to start swearing at this cunt because he's now just chanting through me, telling him what unreasonable behaviour is when I've asked for a citation. I've given you one. I put quotes around it. I told you where the source was. Now you're telling me what your citation thinks and feels and implies. You haven't fucking read one, you dumb shit. Now go and fucking read one of the hundreds of citations that say you can get a elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. Go on, let's see this citation that says it's got to be globe-shaped to get an elevation angle. Let's hear it with quotes around it. Dumb fuck that doesn't know what a citation is and thinks I need to know what it thinks and feels. Put quotes around it. Go. Hello? You said you've got lots. Shouldn't be too difficult to rattle them off.
I said I got lots of manuals that rely on a spherical Earth. Yes. That's
sorry, that's not a citation. You asked me for a citation. I gave you one immediately. Quoted out of a particular source that was detailed also. Now you're telling me what your citations think and feel and mean without bloody reading one? Totally unreasonable.
Yeah, I have those manuals too, Nathan. I'd like for him to read his and I'll read mine.
Yeah, I want a citation like I gave you a minute ago. I said I've got many more. You haven't offered one yet, Hoymar, that proves that they've got to be globe-shaped like you infer when not citing a damn thing, like I've just done, that said it had to be a flat plane we're standing on. You want me to read mine again? Quote, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, sustainable by design, when detailing an altitude angle. Now you get one from the hundreds and millions that say it's got to be globe-shaped, dick brain. Let's have yours. Where is it? Doesn't exist, Dumbo. It's got to be a flat Earth. Can't not be a flat Earth. That's how it functions. It's not an assumption. It's a prerequisite. Yeah, no concession. Nothing. Zero. Nada. A lot of chanting. A lot of fundy muting, a lot of unreasonable behaviour, a lot of claims that I've used straw men against his arguments that he didn't understand when he talked about curved lines giving him angles. Total wanker behaviour, not a single concession out here. Zero humility, Humar. Zero. Yeah? That makes you a wanker in my book.
Well, I don't want to be that. Like, I will concede.
So concede some of the things you've got wrong. You said I used a straw man against you. You said I used a straw man against you, Hoymar.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you did. You said I used a straw man. Right. When I said that a curved line won't give you an angle, no, that wasn't a straw man, you dumb fucker. Now I want you to concede it, because I see you as a cunt that's described me as using a fallacy I ain't used. What a cunt. I definitely didn't straw man you, asshole. I pointed out bent lines won't give you angles, you dumb motherfucker. Now have some fucking humility, you stupid cunt, and just admit I didn't use a straw man on you. I used a coherent argument that you took 22 renditions of the same fucking thing to understand that curved lines don't give you angles, you dumb cunt. I didn't use a straw man on you dumb cunt. Now maybe have some fucking humility and concede that, you unreasonable wanker. No, just a total dumbfounded silence from a complete cunt. Shocking. Yeah, that's what you are, Hoymar. An unreasonable cunt who will come here and claim I've done things I haven't. Totally unreasonable and wrong. Offensive to me. But will you concede it? Nah, just chanting. Yeah, just demands that we tell you how stuff works that you've failed to claim and prove. Yeah, total unreasonable behaviour. That's why we don't like you. We dislike you unreasonable wankers, Hoymar. Like, genuinely dislike you. Because you're an unlikable prick.
I'm sorry, I just got back. Did he provide citation from celestial navigation source that said that they can acquire elevation angles from curved adjacents?
No, he didn't. He inferred what they meant and what they were and how they used the globe and how they referenced. He didn't provide a damn thing.
So
he told us how they felt.
I can provide a quote if you want.
We don't need quotes. We need actual cowbell. Can you pull up some type of engineering program like AutoCAD and then draw a triangle with the adjacent along the curved sphere Earth surface, and then go ahead and ask the program to compute the angle between that and the hypotenuse for us.
It
That
can't.
would
Rob
work.
Durham did exactly that. It can't be done. The program tells you explicitly that you can't get an angle from a curve.
Yeah. So
You guys never heard about tangents?
Oh, sorry. Would that be a tangent to a geometric horizon?
High school geometry.
Sorry. I'm
High school
clarifying.
geometry.
You asked me if I'd heard of tangents, and now I'm answering, and you seem to be
Yes.
chanting straight through the reply. Is it just that wanker behaviour that wasn't conceded to earlier coming to fruition immediately? Yes, I have heard of tangents. For your globe tangent to work in this claim, with dip correction being the overriding subject matter, it would be a tangent to a geometric horizon, though, wouldn't it? And we don't see that, Hoymar. And I tried to battle with you to explain that that's what you would be claiming if you had your claim correct. And you disagreed with me and spent 5 attempts telling me how refracted it was and how I was saying that refracted things couldn't do this and that. That's what you did. But you're telling me that now it's a geometric tangent point horizon again? You dumb cunt. Yeah, I corrected you on it, didn't I, Hoymar? Do you not remember that, you dumb motherfucker? I pointed out that, yeah, that would be the tangent point that will give you an angle. And then I smirked and then started talking to a member of the audience who isn't even here, that'd be Ruhif, and laughing at him and asking him how his geometric tangent point horizon's working out for him. You asking me if I know about that fucking tangent point horizon that we can't see? The one that you had your pants pulled down by QE when he said that we're going to be correcting from horizons we can't see? That would be the geometric tangent point one. No, we haven't heard about this, you dumb fuck. To pull down your pants right now and point out how stupid it is, when I corrected you about fucking 2 hours ago on that stupid shit. Yeah, we do know what a tangent point horizon is. It's the geometric horizon you can't see, and went out of your way to explain how we can't see it. You dumb fuck.
So you're saying we cannot...
No, you're saying that we've got a tangent point horizon we can't see now, you dumb fuck. I'm not saying anything. I'm pointing out how stupid you are when I corrected you earlier about your use of a refracted horizon for the angle correction. Now you're asking us if we've ever heard of tangents, you dumb bastard.
Apparently, you don't.
You stuttering cunt. You stuttering cunt.
Surface.
Yeah? Yeah, that would be a geometric horizon if it's got a tangent to it. Yeah, I've heard of tangents, dumb cunt.
Well, no, you can...
You can stutter, can you? Yeah, dumb cunt. I know what a tangent is. Yeah, that would be that geometric horizon I laughed at Ruhif for not having. The one you can't see. The one you went out of your way to explain how we can't see it. Yeah, well, we know what tangents are and how you haven't got them on your globe anymore. Don't we? Yeah, we definitely know what they are. It would be the geometric horizon you argued with me about. Remember? Dumb fuck? Remember? No? Hello? Yeah, I corrected you on it, you dumb shit.
Well, not once, Nathan. Not just to make the...
Just stutter for me, you dumb fuck bitch. You are now going to tell me about tangent point horizons. They'd be the geometric horizons I corrected you for earlier when you told us all about the refracted horizon. Yeah, I started off by telling you I've only got one, dumb fuck. One horizon. Uno. Write this down, you dumb motherfucker. One horizon. So do we know about tangents? What, a straight line to a geometric horizon? Yeah, we do. I'm pulling the pants of Ruhif down and spanking him with it right now. Yeah, we definitely know what the tangent point is. Yeah, we know what your geometric horizon is. Yeah, we know it was debunked in 2020, and we know within the last couple of hours you went out your way 5 times to tell us how we don't have one. We can't see it. So you're gonna ask me if I know about tangents again? To a non-visible horizon we can correct from? I take it your stunned silence as you figuring out a way to come around this problem.
I didn't talk about a non-visible horizon.
Well, what's the tangent gonna be to then, dumb fuck?
You lying piece of shit. That's what you came out of the gate with.
Yeah, what's the tangent gonna be to? Hello? Tangent to what? You asked me if we knew about tangents. Tangents to what, dumb fuck? Hello? Tangent to what, you stupid retard?
Is this still a discussion?
Is this a stuttering bitch having his pants pulled down by a flat earther? Yeah, that'd be a tangent point to a geometric horizon, you dumb motherfucker. That's right. It is a flat earther pulling down your pants, Hoymar, as you chant through the painful and inevitable failure of your comprehension that tangent you asked if we knew about would be to a geometric horizon you made explicitly clear we can't see. Now you're saying, I'm not talking about a point we can't see. Tangent to what, you dumb motherfucker?
So
are you
what
deaf?
We're seeing...
Deaf? Oh, yeah. What? Are you deaf?
Let me respond.
Sorry,
So
tangent to
what
what?
we're seeing
tangent to what?
Is the apparent horizon, right?
Sorry, apparent horizon. That's refracted bent line. That's definitely not a tangent.
And from that,
we're going to get a non-refracted geometric straight line horizon. We've only got one, you stupid fucking retard.
We're correcting for refraction to get a true tangent.
Sorry, we're correcting for refraction to get a straight line to a non-visible horizon to correct from. So back to QE's point.
Oh, it's the other way.
No, maybe you could go a little bit more high-pitched. Yeah, you're correcting from a bent line to a straight line to correct from a geometric horizon we can't see.
Oh, we correct from an apparent horizon.
Well, that's not geometric tangent point then. So back to my question. So tangent to what? Tangent to what? You stupid bastard!
What?
You had my balls taste. Yeah, Roofy. I do hope you come, Roofy, because I'll be doing the same thing to you when your dumbfounded silence is exactly the same. I don't need a mute button to hear this guy stammering and stammering around the fact that he's fucked. Sorry, tangent to what? Tangent to what?
That's not even a sentence.
Tangent to what? You asked us about whether or not we knew what tangents were. Now I've explained that would be a geometric horizon for you. And I'm asking you, well, what's the tangent we should know about too? Exactly? Dumb motherfucker.
The tangent to the surface of the Earth. That's...
Oh, so a geometric horizon then? The one we can't see? How my fucking balls taste, you ignorant wanker. I hope they're salty. Hey, Roofy, you hear that stunned silence? That'll be you, mate. Exactly the same position you'd find yourself in, because he's now moved on to the geometric horizon he needs. So he's getting the same teabagging you'd be getting, Roofy. The exact same teabagging. Yeah, no amount of chanting and rumpusing through the top of me will save you from this flat earth teabagging. So tangent to a geometric horizon then. Yeah, salty. They're salty balls, right? It's tangent to a geometric horizon then. A point where a straight line meets the surface of a sphere Earth, you assume. Oh, that'd be a geometric horizon then, you dumb motherfucker. Yeah, we don't see that, do we? How my fucking balls taste. How do my balls taste, Humar?
I don't taste anything. Do you?
Oh, well, I assure you, you're tasting them right now. Because you've got a tangent point to a geometric horizon we don't see, don't you? How do my balls taste, you stupid, ignorant, annoying motherfucker? Salty. Yeah, that's the same silence you'd be giving us, Roofy. Maybe some fundy chanting up until that stunned silence, when you've got a geometric tangent point horizon we can't see to correct from. So how do they taste, Humar? Tell me again you're not tasting anything with your stunned silence, and I'll ask you a tangent to what again, so we can get that same exact stunned silence for a third time.
Well, if you keep misunderstanding Celestial...
Oh, don't tell me I don't understand, you ignorant fuck. How dare you? You think bent lines give you angles, you stupid cunt.
You don't even know...
Oh, I'm not going to get this fucking ad-hom prick. Now I'm losing my shit with you, you can get lost and I'm going to kick you out. How dare you tell me I don't understand? What a wanker. Has his ass handed to him and he tells me I don't understand. That's the level of humility this asshole has when he loses. Turns around to his opponent, spits in his face.
Yeah. You're one dumbass
Nathan,
cracker.
Nathan, just a couple of points, if I may.
I'm sorry, I
can you go to
swore
the-
at him
I don't think you
repeatedly.
can-
It's not family friendly. It can't be shared.
I was just
No,
going to tell him that
no.
he's not going to be able to share this one.
No, yes, it's what we have to deal with these trolls who won't concede. If you go to Master B, just a couple of points. Last slide, American Practical Navigator, Nathaniel Bowditch. This is the Bible of navigation. Tip correction in minutes of arc, that's the next slide after that, is approximately equal to the square root of the height of I in feet. The correction applies to all observations in which the horizon is used as the horizontal reference. It is always a minus correction. If 0 degree 0.1 accuracy is used, no dip correction is needed for lifeboat heights of I. Interesting how I got the same manuals, but we see something totally different explained here than what Hoymar was trying to do.
What Homer was ad hocing his way through whilst insulting us, ignoring all refutations of any claims he made, chanting through us and telling us so we don't understand.
And go to two previous slides.
Yeah. Before I threw him off the boat with the sextant and his rubber ducky life preserver, he grabbed an anvil.
That's funny. All right. Well, the previous three slides show that in celestial navigation, all angle measurements in the book are derived from an equatorial plane, which is flat, never from a curved surface. So I don't know where he's going from. It's never coming from the curved surface, even in their own book, because they say it's coming from the center. And you can see in these pictures diagram, they apply it to the globe model, which is a circle, but they want us to think it's a sphere. And then they even apply it to Eratosthenes. It came from the center. Funny, when you cut the globe in half, the center is an equatorial plane disk where an angle can be achieved, but not from the surface.
Right,
Ever.
because that's the celestial sphere model.
Yeah. Well, just for the audience to know, this guy has not researched celestial navigation thoroughly. And what he's done is kept this bias of living on a sphere when he doesn't, when all angle measurements come from a flat baseline, whether the center equatorial plane or the actual flat plane we do live on.
He couldn't even define an angle.
That's how bad it got.
Or refraction. He said, no.
I think there were two slip admissions in all of that, of admitting it was all taken. And I think he said, we assume it's on a flat plane, though.
Yeah, I asked him to repeat it, and he repositioned it slightly.
Yeah. Well, you sniffed it straight away and went, no, that's quiet, everyone. Just say that again.
Yeah, I wasn't subtle enough, was I?
It's amazing they don't realize that all latitude, longitude lines are from the equatorial plane of a flat disk.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for putting up my swearing, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting the thanks button and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Another massive thank you to all of you in the Premiering audience and today's Discord and G+ panels. I'll see you all in the next video.
on with a bang. What a lovely day.